OKX. What's that?
Dunno. A perfume, maybe?
Are you okay?
I'm more than okay. I'm okay, X.
Nah, sounds more like a race car to me.
A rapper?
I don't know.
A celebrity-endorsed cereal?
OKX. It's great for the whole family.
Nah,
Could be a superhero cartoon.
like that? Sci-fi.
It's an OKX. Take him down.
You know, it sounds like one of those genius football formations.
OKX, OKX. Go on there and show how good you are.
Is it a wrestler?
An energy drink.
Miracle fertilizer?
A cult?
Or is it a new scientific discovery?
Mute.
I don't think you should touch.
Hello.
OKX isn't any of these things. It's your new favorite crypto trading app.
Oh. Crypto.
Makes sense.
For the slides, right?
Today our blockchain has grown from 30 members back in 2019 with Mr. Yo to now 330 members.
Actually, I don't think necessarily. Because I think you can just put the speakers in. Because number one, right?
From the beginning, we promised to make the world a more open place.
Thank you so much.
We designed technologies to put power in the hands of the people. When protocols govern, what's fair and equitable, where visionaries can participate in building revolutionary possibilities with openness, freedom, innovation, navigating the challenges of every new venture. On a backbone of security and trust, we stay convicted to our promise of creating the future with
recording their mic audio?
Kobo, powering your crypto ambitions.
Okay, so can. But so this won't actually be shown a lot. Why? Why is it? No, it's not because I turned on the sound.
OKX? What's that?
Dunno. A perfume, maybe?
Are you okay?
I'm more than okay. I'm okay, X.
Nah, sounds more like a race car to me.
A rapper?
I don't know.
A celebrity endorsed cereal.
OKX. It's great for the whole family.
Nah,
Could be a superhero cartoon.
like that, but sci-fi.
It's an OKX. Take him down.
You know, it sounds like one of those genius football formations.
OKX, OKX. Go on there and show how good you are.
Is it a wrestler?
An energy drink.
Miracle fertilizer?
A cult?
Or is it a new scientific discovery?
I don't think you should touch.
Hello.
OKX isn't any of these things. It's your new favorite crypto trading app.
Oh, crypto.
Makes sense.
Today our blockchain has grown from 30 members back in 2019 with Mr. Yo to now 330 members.
From the beginning, we promised to make the world a more open place. We designed technologies to put power in the hands of the people. When protocols govern, what's fair and equitable? Where visionaries can participate in building revolutionary possibilities with openness, freedom, innovation, navigating the challenges of every new venture. On a backbone of security and trust, we stay convicted to our promise of creating the future with you. Kobo, powering your crypto ambitions.
OKX? What's that?
Dunno. A perfume, maybe?
Are you okay?
I'm more than okay. I'm okay, X.
Nah, sounds more like a race car to me.
A rapper?
I don't know.
A celebrity endorsed cereal.
OKX. It's great for the whole family.
Nah,
Could be a superhero cartoon.
like that? Sci-fi.
It's an OKX. Take him down.
You know, it sounds like one of those genius football formations.
OKX, OKX. Go on there and shop how good you are.
Is it a wrestler?
An energy drink.
Miracle fertilizer?
A cult?
Or is it a new scientific discovery?
Mute.
I don't think you should touch.
Hello.
OKX isn't any of these things. It's your new favorite crypto trading app.
Oh, crypto.
Makes sense.
Today our blockchain has grown from 30 members back in 2019 with Mr. Yo to now 330 members.
From the beginning, we promised to make the world a more open place. We designed technologies to put power in the hands of the people. When protocols govern, what's fair and equitable? Where visionaries can participate in building revolutionary possibilities with openness, freedom, innovation, navigating the challenges of every new venture. On a backbone of security and trust, we stay convicted to our promise of creating the future with you. Kobo, powering your crypto ambitions.
what would it be?
Bag.
Okay, okay.
So I think one of the reasons crypto today is basically a mirror of stock market is because our narrative, our use case is not strong enough.
Hi everybody, I'm Clement from Imaginary Ones. I am a serial entrepreneur. I founded like 3 businesses, mainly Offset, which is a motion design agency, Ophio, and now Imaginary Ones.
This is what I got from my 11/11 Shopee haul. Okay, I'm just kidding. This is what I got from ledger.com in light of all the crypto news that has been happening over the weekend. Boom! I personally thought that it was a very good time to get a cold wallet, and I think you should too. Alright, so let's commence with the unboxing.
Today our blockchain has grown from 30 members back in 2019 with Mr. Yo to now 330 members.
From the beginning, we promised to make the world a more open place. We designed technologies to put power in the hands of the people. When protocols govern, what's fair and equitable? Where visionaries can participate in building revolutionary possibilities with openness, freedom, innovation, navigating the challenges of every new venture. On a backbone of security and trust, we stay convicted to our promise of creating the future with you. Kobo, powering your crypto ambitions.
OKX? What's that?
Dunno. A perfume, maybe?
Are you okay?
I'm more than okay. I'm okay, X.
Nah, sounds more like a race car to me.
A rapper?
I don't know.
A celebrity endorsed cereal.
OKX. It's great for the whole family.
Nah.
Could be a superhero cartoon.
Like that? But sci-fi.
It's an OKX. Take him down.
You know, it sounds like one of those genius football formations.
OKX, OKX. Go on there and shop how good you are.
Is it a wrestler?
An energy drink.
Miracle fertilizer? Magic.
A cult?
Or is it a new scientific discovery?
Mute. I don't think you should touch.
Hello. OKX isn't any of these things. It's your new favorite crypto trading app.
Oh. Crypto.
Makes sense.
Token, your NFT, what would it be?
Bag.
Okay.
So I think one of the reasons crypto today is basically a mirror of stock market is because our narrative, our use case is not strong enough.
Hi everybody, I'm Clement from Imaginary Ones. I am a serial entrepreneur. I founded like 3 businesses, mainly Offset, which is a motion design agency, Ophio, and now Imaginary Ones.
This is what I got for my 11/11 Shopee haul. Okay, I'm just kidding. This is what I got from ledger.com in light of all the crypto news that has been happening over the weekend. Boom! I personally thought that it was a very good time to get a cold wallet, and I think you should too. Alright, so let's commence with the unboxing.
The today of blockchain has grown from 30 members back in 2019 with Mr. Yo to now 330 members.
From the beginning, we promised to make the world a more open place. We designed technologies to put power in the hands of the people. When protocols govern, what's fair and equitable? Where visionaries can participate in building revolutionary possibilities with openness, freedom, innovation, navigating the challenges of every new venture. On a backbone of security and trust, we stay convicted to our promise of creating the future with you. Kobo, powering your crypto ambitions.
OKX. What's that?
Dunno. A perfume, maybe?
Are you okay?
I'm more than okay. I'm OKX.
Nah, sounds more like a race car to me.
A rapper?
I don't know.
A celebrity endorsed cereal.
OKX. It's great for the whole family.
Nah.
Could be a superhero cartoon.
Like that? A sci-fi.
It's an OKX. Take him down.
You know, it sounds like one of those genius football formations.
OKX, OKX. Go on there and shuffle who you are.
Is it a wrestler?
An energy drink.
Miracle fertilizer? Magic.
A cult?
Or is it a new scientific discovery?
Mute. I don't think you should touch.
Hello. OKX isn't any of these things. It's your new favorite crypto trading app.
Oh. Crypto.
Makes sense.
Your favorite token, your NFT, what would it be?
Bag.
Okay, okay.
So I think one of the reasons crypto today is basically a mirror of stock market is because our narrative, our use case is not strong enough.
Hi everybody, I'm Clement from Imaginary Ones. I am a serial entrepreneur. I founded like 3 businesses, mainly Offset, which is a motion design agency, Ophium, and now Imaginary Ones.
This is what I got from my 11/11 Shopee haul. Okay, I'm just kidding. This is what I got from ledger.com in light of all the crypto news that has been happening over the weekend. Boom! I personally thought that it was a very good time to get a cold wallet, and I think you should too. Alright, so let's commence with the unboxing.
Today our blockchain has grown from 30 members back in 2019 with Mr. Yo to now 330 members.
From the beginning, we promised to make the world a more open place. We designed technologies to put power in the hands of the people. When protocols govern, what's fair and equitable? Where visionaries can participate in building revolutionary possibilities with openness, freedom, innovation, navigating the challenges of every new venture. On a backbone of security and trust, we stay convicted to our promise of creating the future with you. Kobo, powering your crypto ambitions.
OKX? What's that?
Dunno. A perfume, maybe?
Are you okay?
I'm more than okay. I'm okay, X.
Nah, sounds more like a race car to me.
A rapper?
I don't know.
A celebrity endorsed cereal.
OKX. It's great for the whole family.
Nah.
Could be a superhero cartoon.
Like that, but sci-fi.
It's an OKX. Take him down.
You know, it sounds like one of those genius football formations.
OKX, OKX. Go on there and shop how good you are.
Is it a wrestler?
An energy drink.
Miracle fertilizer?
A cult?
Or is it a new scientific discovery?
Mute. I don't think you should touch.
Hello. OKX isn't any of these things. It's your new favorite crypto trading app.
Oh. Crypto.
Makes sense.
Token, your NFT, what would it be?
Bag.
Okay, okay.
So I think one of the reasons crypto today is basically a mirror of stock market is because our narrative, our use case is not strong enough.
Hi everybody, I'm Clement from Imaginary Ones. I am a serial entrepreneur. I founded like 3 businesses, mainly Offset, which is a motion design agency, Ophium, and now Imaginary Ones.
This is what I got from my 11/11 Shopee haul. Okay, I'm just kidding. This is what I got from ledger.com in light of all the crypto news that has been happening over the weekend. Boom! I personally thought that it was a very good time to get a cold wallet, and I think you should too. Alright, so let's commence with the unboxing.
2019 with Mr. Yo to now 330 members.
From the beginning, we promised to make the world a more open place. We designed technologies to put power in the hands of the people. When protocols govern, what's fair and equitable? Where visionaries can participate in building revolutionary possibilities with openness, freedom, innovation, navigating the challenges of every new venture. On a backbone of security and trust, we stay convicted to our promise of creating the future with you. Kobo, powering your crypto ambitions.
to look at all the kinds of live transmissions that we'll be having on screen today. And who are we? We are Coinlive, a Singapore-based independent one-stop news portal for all things crypto as well as blockchain related. We've also served as the official media partner for several events including ABGA and participated in prominent crypto events like Token 2049 and the Singapore FinTech Festival. We have up to 80,000 PVs on our website, and apart from reporting on the latest market trends and news, we also create original content in the form of how-to guides, video tutorials, and personality interviews. On our list of notable interview collaborations are companies such as Tron, CoinHako, CoinGecko, Kobo, Kyber Network, Telos, Amber Group, and many, many more. We also host regular AMA sessions on Twitter Spaces where we invite prominent guests to share their thoughts with us on certain topics as well. Do check our website for more information about us and to stay updated on all of the latest news that we have to share with you guys. So, and of course, joining us this morning is Yvonne, the CEO of Coinlive and Zinser Finance, of which we have a very close overseas media partnership with. So Yvonne, can you say hi? Alright, thank you so much for that, Yvonne. Thanks for being such a good sport. And of course, thank you to everyone for taking your time out to come down this very early morning. Now, housekeeping aside, I would now like to invite Krishna Ramachandra, the founding chairman of Sustainability and Impact Subcommittee at Blockchain Association Singapore and founder and chairman at Digital Insights Ventures, to take the stage to share a few words with us. Digital Insights Ventures is a bespoke digital advisory firm that exclusively provides highly nuanced and insightful strategies for clients that embrace sustainability, commercial viability, and growth collaboration at digital technology projects. It gives me great pleasure to invite Krishna up on stage to share his insights with us. Krishna, please.
Thank you, Darren. Good morning, everyone. You're right, Darren, it's a pretty early start, so I'm quite impressed with the room as it is. So when my team had asked me to speak about the trends that are happening right now, and obviously we don't want to speak about FTX and all of that, we did analyze quite deeply as to what would be relevant for the space, for people who are looking at still considering participating in the overall digital ecosystem. And we thought that, you know, since Web3 was the theme and title for this, this day's event, we felt that it would be probably quite useful to have some of the attendant subtopics, if you like, related to Web3. So we're going to cover Web3, we're going to cover AI, and we're going to cover tokenization. And actually sitting on, if you like, a bedrock of all of these three divisions is a sustainability narrative. So more of that in a bit, but that's essentially what my talk is going to cover. Well, a bit of background about myself. I got into this space, I mean, I've been a lawyer for the last 25 years. Until about, I think, 7 months ago, when I finally decided that this is far too exciting an area, and actually, quite frankly, I was very lucky to have been involved in a deal way back six and a half years ago for a client who had insisted that I do this deal myself, roll up my sleeves and get down to the nitty-gritty of this ecosystem. And I was really confronted intellectually, because what I was doing was I was really palming it off to the junior lawyers and thinking that this is really a fad. So what turned out to be a chance occasion, and really now I look at it as a huge blessing. So I wasn't a visionary in getting into this area early, but I effectively got paid to learn. So I thank that client every time I see him, because it was really a useful journey to have gotten into this space 6-7 years ago, and to see how it's evolved. And I would say I was really infected by the energy and the innovative mindset of the generation of the Zoomers, who are quite frankly very innovative in the types of models they came up with. And I was also struck by the overall, I would say overall, camaraderie and collaborative nature of that ecosystem. And 7 years on, 6 years on, having done about 350 deals in the regulatory, commercial, legal sphere. So I've like seen pretty much everything in this space, and I felt that what was missing is a consulting advisory arm with a deep understanding of this ecosystem and an appreciation of how the regulators, as well as the looking at the commercial viability of deals, because being a TradFi guy, having done corporate finance, private equity, and capital markets, I was able to marry these two concepts quite effectively and understand what the clients or what the project actually needed. And I think, essentially, if you look at the pace and the progress that has been made over the months, over the years, sometimes I feel that it's too fast, and at other times I feel that it's too slow. But many people have said that we are in the height of winter, right, as far as digital assets are concerned. But I think when it comes to infrastructure projects, when it comes to the build out of Web3 and the attendant infrastructure, it never sleeps, it still continues. So 7 months odd, when Digital Insights was set up, we set it up with the intention of having 3 divisions. Basically a very deep consulting arm, secondly a division that looks into venture support for promising businesses, and finally, and this is perhaps the most important point, is a sustainability narrative. I say sustainability narrative because it's all well and good looking at all the commercial opportunities and investments out there, but if you're not looking at regenerating, you're not looking at focusing on the education and the awareness, you are going to have the type of events that we've had over the last 6 months, I would say. And it's just perfect cannon fodder for the regulators and some of the naysayers. But I think the reality is, if you dig deep into the type of work that some of the regulators have done in the European countries, in the US, and we are blessed to have the Singapore Central Bank pretty involved and very pragmatic in the approach. Actually, this is a technology that is here to stay, and being in the space earlier is certainly better than being in it later. So I wanted to touch upon some of the core principles that Digital Insights adopts. It's almost like our laws of engagement. When we look at any project, I mentioned, some quarters have said it's crypto winter. I think we are in sweltering heat. It's just completely a blessing as well that we've been swamped with deals. So the good projects and the ones that are infrastructure led tend to have legs all around, and there's always going to be demand for it. And so we have a particular approach, and so we call that the laws of engagement. And if you like, we have the 4 I's. The interaction, interoperability, the interlink, and the total integration of whichever project or whichever narrative that we're looking at, whether it's sustainability, whether it's non-commercial, whether it's commercial. It is critical for us to have these grounding principles, because I think we sometimes lose sight of the actual viability longer term, because there's no point just a few or a small minority of the interested parties in the digital asset space getting a lead over the rest, but the rest not having an opportunity to come along. So, as Milton Friedman said in 72, for capitalism to work, the world needs to work. And if you look at the Web3 narrative, you look at the AI narrative, and you also look at the tokenization narrative, you either understand it or you're somewhat guessing. And that's for a pretty educated crowd here. What chance does the average person in the wrong half of the digital divide, that does not have, even basic access to Wi-Fi. And I'm not even going to talk about access to banking and freedom to actually have financial transactions as a daily commonplace activity. So when you look at that as a backdrop, you start thinking carefully about projects and whether they're actually workable. Because it's always tempting to take on a deal, but if the deal does not end up being one that is able to interoperate, for example, with another ecosystem, then at the end of the day, what you're doing is you're leaving a trail of destruction. And for us, it's important to understand, first off, interaction, for example, if you look at the first top right quadrant. That's like the first entry point for a user in any project. And if that interaction is not seamless or it's not convenient enough, we have seen in the adoption of NFTs, we have seen in the adoption of, whether it's centralized exchanges, trading in centralized exchanges, or even the wallets, that at the end of the day, you've got to listen to what the community wants. And if they ask for convenience, it is convenience. It's centralization. So as much as you would like to beat the drum for the decentralization movement, you still have to kind of listen to what the community wants. And I think this is sometimes missed on projects. And if I were to just drill down a bit deeper on Web3, Web3 has a lot of promise, but I think we also need to be mindful that even from a nomenclature standpoint, have we got the correct definition of Web3? And because there's the Web3 from, if you like, the infrastructure, the semantic data aggregation, which allows for AI, artificial intelligence, that's another topic in itself, artificial intelligence to allow for the efficacy for the aggregation of that data in a uniform, homogeneous manner, right? So that's the semantics of the web. And then on the other hand, you have the other promise of Web 3.0, which is, so there's Web 3 and then there's Web 3.0. So it's a distinction that is actually lost on a lot of people, and it's used interchangeably. But the Web 3.0 actually refers to the, if you like, purest standpoint of having blockchain be the driver of preserving privacy, and also giving sovereignty to your identity and your data, meaning you will be able to control how your data is used, you'll be able to monetize it, and also have it shared only when you want it shared. But I think when we look at the overall trends, we have to also make sure that we step out of that echo chamber that currently exists in all that we see in most of these projects, and ask ourselves whether, as that hockey stick starts developing and adoption starts getting more exponential in its scale, whether that part of that equation, of that quartile, whether the population actually still thrives or wants to have decentralization or wants to have privacy and actually wants to monetize data. Because it's quite easy for us to slip into a misunderstanding of what the community really wants. I think there have been early pioneers, even in this room, and with the very impressive list of collaboration partners that Coinlive have put together. These were, I would say, the OGs in this space, the ones that had really looked at exploring and pioneering new projects, but a lot is not mentioned about where they are right now. But I think in every phase you will have a dropout, and Web3 has a lot of promise, but I think it is not as straightforward and simple as many people make out it to be. We hear of a lot of funds putting money into Web3, and I think that's great. But are we now developing an infrastructure when we already have a digital divide that is increasing, that gap is increasing. And, you know, are we now creating an elite digital adopters even in the current divide? So I think these are considerations that the community at large needs to think about. It's certainly something that we do in our law of engagement in terms of all instructions or mandates that we have. We do represent governments, exchanges, family offices, venture funds. You know, fortunate enough to have had several hundred deals under our belt, and so we kind of understand the ecosystem very well. But I think the rules of engagement have to really take into account sustainability. Sustainability in the broader sense of the word, because it's not just ESG, it's not UN SDG, or it's not impact investment or CSR. It's actually what you make it to be in your own organization. Like for Digital Insights, business continuity is a huge sustainability narrative for us. It's for thought leadership to thrive, we need to institutionalize processes. We need to encourage the second rung, the third rung of leaders to come through, give them opportunities. So for us, that's a sustainability narrative. And by taking a subjective and wide definition approach, I think we allow for people to and projects to actually easily immerse themselves in that particular narrative of sustainability. Because if you're too regimented and you constrict the ability of projects to define their sustainability narrative, what you end up with is a box-ticking exercise, which is not helpful. And it doesn't come from the heart, so to speak. And I think that if all projects can, from the get-go, start with a sustainability narrative, at least let it be aspirational. Let it be something that they have in the overall scheme of their approach to any project or any partnership that they're doing. It guides them in some way or form. And I think that's missing, and so we hope to actually implement as many partnerships, and we do it through collaboration. And we feel that collaboration in education is going to be a very key driver for adoption in all of these technologies. For actually making Web3 successful, you've got to see how the ancillary ecosystems can actually thrive, because ultimately they all have to integrate themselves. Otherwise, what we're going to create are pockets of communities that exist in isolation, tokens that actually represent value and service and utility for projects and ecosystems. So I wish all of you a fruitful 8 hours ahead of you. We are very happy to support any initiative, any collaboration that that you all have in your respective circle. As we say, we want to walk the talk. Education is really key. We were speaking to the Coinlive people, and I really appreciate the work that you're doing. Even having a session like this is important. I jealously got my time, but I think this is something very useful. And I see some very senior people in the industry as well, and so I'm heartened to see their involvement as well. So enjoy the rest of the session. If you have any questions, I can answer them now or whenever. But thank you very much for listening, and hope to speak to as many of you in the coming hours. Thank you.
Alright, the man who walks the talk. Thank you so much for that, Krishna. Now we're going to move on to our next speaker for today. We want to pivot slightly towards a particular aspect of the Web3 space, and that is the metaverse. I was speaking to a few of you guys earlier on before the event started, and a lot of you are interested in the metaverse use cases and where the next area of the metaverse focus will be. Now, the metaverse has always been an area of intrigue for many that goes beyond just Mark Zuckerberg's seemingly endless pockets and funds for the metaverse. Now, metaverses are rapidly expanding their area of focus, encompassing not just exploratory worlds and interactivity, but also taking charge in areas such as brand marketing, industrial application, experimentation, and even education. Our next speaker is CEO and co-founder of Ikigai Metaverse Collective, an institution that leverages on cutting-edge AI technology to provide virtual courses, live workshops, and consulting services so that leaders can make business decisions with clarity in the metaverse space. It gives me great pleasure to invite So Wan-Wei, one of the top 100 women of the future, to take the stage to share her thoughts with us on the metaverse in Asia and its role in pioneering a new age of storytelling. Wan-Wei, please.
Wait, let me test the clicker first. Do I point it here? Okay. Thank you for coming today. This is Wan-Wei. I actually just came back from Tokyo after 1 month, so I'm a bit like not used to the morning. Nevertheless, hope that everyone will enjoy the Metaverse course today. So this is the first time I'm presenting fresh content from Tokyo. So everything you see here, there's a case study, is actually what I took in Tokyo in my month there. I went on holiday, revenge travel, because I think COVID really affected me like mentally. Where did I press? Thank you so much. Okay, let's try out. Okay, perfect. So, hi, this is Wan-Wei. So that's my avatar. You can see me on the Metaverse this way as well. And the Metaverse is getting quite big traction, I would say, if you talk to industry practitioners. It's just that the AI, MR, VR people might not term themselves as Metaverse, so it's a very interesting space. Thank you, Coinlive, for inviting me here today to share with everyone. I do think it's a very interesting space to watch. This year alone, I've done like 100 talks, not just in Singapore, but globally on the Metaverse and Web 3.0 space. So if you have any questions, I will do my best to answer. We also have a book that's written for the community that you can actually request. Just send me a LinkedIn invite. I'll send you the email, web version of the book on NFT. It's written because a lot of people got scammed this year, and more people will be getting scammed in the next 2, 3, 4 years ahead. So I really appreciate what Krishna said just now. That's important to give back the ecosystem and to make sure people don't get scammed, because the sentiment now is really quite bad in the NFT space, even though it's picking up soon also. So the first question is, what is the Metaverse? So these are the common things we get. Is it Facebook? Yesterday I just did a call with someone from executive education. And she said she thought that before talking to me, the Metaverse is Facebook, which is quite a smart branding scheme by Facebook, right? Because they name themselves Meta. So I think to a lot of mainstream people or lay person, they think Metaverse equals Facebook. So is Metaverse a game? So how many people play PUBG here? Not sure. PUBG? Okay, very good, very good. Some people play PUBG right here. And if the Metaverse is a game, in a game, in PUBG, for example, you're supposed to kill people. You win when everybody is killed. So in the Metaverse, if your avatar is like freaking $2 million or $10 million or a lot of ETH, right? Which is not uncommon. At the peak, your Bored Ape, one of your Bored Ape avatar, which they have their own Metaverse, right, is like more than 10 million. So if I were to kill your Bored Ape avatar, and it's like dead and gone forever and recorded on the blockchain and dead, would you sue me? Of course you would. Of course I would, if I owned a Bored Ape and suddenly my $10 million is gone, right? So the Metaverse cannot be a game, because in the game, in some games you're supposed to kill everyone and you win because of that. In the Metaverse, if you kill someone in the future, would it be possible that legally someone might have legal rights against you because you killed my avatar? Okay, so the third thing is the Metaverse a virtual world? Answer is yes and no, because sometimes it can be a hybrid. Like we can be in this physical reality, that conscious as physical reality, but it can still be a Metaverse. Later I'll show you actual examples, which is quite interesting. So the next part is, don't be afraid when you see words like AR, VR, XR, MR. They are just technologies by which the Metaverse can be executed. So I really don't know what to say about this in particular, because I feel like sometimes when people don't know what they're talking about, they try to use such terms to scare everyone else off. So just be careful, don't need to be scared about it. Fundamentally, there are 3 fundamentals to metaverse. Let me share more in the current slides. Just remember 3 properties that, if we go back to the first principle, these are the 3 properties. First, the metaverse needs to be immersive. Immersive means that you are aware and conscious that you're in another reality. So now we are in a physical reality due to our 5 senses. In this reality, you know that there are certain light sensories that visually you know that the real physical natural world doesn't look like that. So immersive is a property that you are conscious and aware, fully aware that you might not fully be in the physical reality. Second, interactive. On the metaverse, there are activities to be done. So it's not like you step into the world and then you don't know what's going on, what to do. And third, it needs to be social. A lot of startups are doing like so-called metaverses, so-called virtual worlds, but they are not social. So basically, it is a ghost town. There is no point building a metaverse when it's a ghost town. So fundamentally, social means that community is at the core of every single metaverse that we see. Okay, let me move to metaverses in Asia, recent developments. These are things that are not really talked about this entire year and the last entire year in the mass media, because so far the discourse has been very Western-centric. And of course, this is understandable, because like, let's say in places like China, why would they want to make information available in English? Because it's very highly politically driven. So we hear a lot of news last year, this year about Meta, Facebook, but we don't hear about Baidu. So this is actually a screenshot from Baidu's metaverse called C-Round. And the guy there is a news broadcaster. He's not even human. He's a virtual human. He's fully powered by gun technology and AI. So he can report news 24/7. It's just like ChatGPT that is like going viral recently on social media. Like, a lot of people say that ChatGPT is the next version of your Google search. So this virtual human is also something to watch. They say from Seoul, Shanghai to Bangkok and New Delhi, cities and companies in Asia are trying to reach a new tech wave worth estimated 1.1 trillion by 2024, which is in 2 years' time. I think an echo. Is it me? Oh, I just pick my name. Okay. So bear with the echo. Yeah, so you have Hyundai, you see Hyundai having their own virtual metaverses, and you also see places like C-Round, which is owned by Baidu, and heavily controlled, of course, by the Chinese political government. In India, as a summary, what happens is that you see a lot of effort being put into educating future developers, and they are very talented in the area of AI, VR, MR, or like things like your Unreal Engine 5, your Unity, which is the basic engine of the metaverse. So you have startups creating like gaming metaverses as well, which is something very good to watch. In Thailand, it's very interesting because they have a hybrid version of metaverse where you can play online. All of our tourists can play online in the Thailand metaverses. And then with the point generated, they can go offline in Thailand to collect durian. So this is how, like, in Thailand, the tourism board actually make use of all these statistics to collect data and then to encourage people to go to Thailand. In Taiwan, we can also see Taiwanese government investing very heavily into education, not just for the students, but for educators as well, in terms of hardware. Then you have HTC, they actually debuted the first metaverse phone, which is hardware, and made it available to a lot of Taiwanese people. That allows your wallet and VR headset pairing features. South Korea was like one of the first to invest 3.9 billion won to become the first city. This first city is also a bit debatable because Dubai also say they are first city, so just take note. To fully enter the metaverse by 2026, so now it's currently a crazy fight to see who goes into the metaverse first, which country. And then you have neighbor Z, They actually run the country's biggest metaverse platform, Zepeto, which has 300 million users. Zepeto did a collaboration with Blackpink and Selena Gomez 2 years ago. You can see more later, which I don't think I have time to show you the video, but you can Google later. China, interestingly, they have a 5-year development plan that encourages the use of metaverse, not just in the metaverse, but also in virtual humans. They are leading, so in their white paper that is released every 5 years, they actually wrote extensively about how moving forward the metaverse and virtual human will be the way for China. Then we also have search engine Baidu. They created the first Chinese metaverse known as Xirong. Are they interested in letting people outside of China know about Xirong? Actually, it's no. Because why does it concern people outside of China? But does that mean that we don't have to know about them? Answer is no as well, because Chinese technology and the way things are constructed is actually very interesting. There are a lot of assumptions that are different from the Western discourse, which is why we can learn from it. Okay, so this is like some of the case studies, because a lot of people ask me also, is the metaverse a hype, or is it the future, or is it here? So let me give you some actual examples of some of the things I saw in my own trip when I was in Tokyo, in Japan actually. Some of these are outside Tokyo. So first is this project by this cafe called Tree, and the company is called Naked Ink. So in Yoyogi Park, which is based in Tokyo, they have an autumn theme when I was there. So this is one of the pictures. And guess what? They did fine dining. So these are the food that is, we wear a VR headset. Let me see. Like this lady, the VR headset she's wearing is actually part of the fine dining. So she wears this very nice VR headset. In Japanese history and tradition, it's called kitsune. So basically, when people wear the kimono, they wear a fox mask. It's a part of the tradition. If you want to look like something different, you can do that. So this fox mask is in a shape of, it's actually a VR headset. So when you eat the fine dining food, right, there are actually lights and sounds and sensations around you to help you experience the food, the story behind the food. Like, hey, the first one is actually arashi. So arashi, they have this nice, very beautiful picture of the phoenix while you're eating. And the second one is called sekai, and they actually play with sound, sense, and actually colors to make you have a better experience. Of course, it's not cheap. I think they are billing the dinner itself for like 8 course is around 600 Sing dollars for one dinner. And the food portion is like that, so it's really fine dining. So it's very interesting to see how actual use cases are being used when it comes to food itself. Second one, we see SK2 and the metaverse. SK2 is a very progressive brand, and they actually have their own SK2 city 2 years ago. Features Shibuya Crossing, and then there are 6 clips and films that have the hashtag Change Destiny that's inside the metaverse. So basically, instead of watching a movie like that, right, you go in the metaverse and your avatar watches the movie. And all these clips are actually in a avatar version as well. Okay, don't think we have time to show this, but Google it yourself. It's called SK2 Studio, and basically these are like 6 stories of inspiring ladies with the hashtag of Change Destiny. The third one is actually incredibly interesting. Team Lab is also in Singapore. They have exhibitions in Gardens by the Bay from time to time. And they have Team Lab and Ringan Sauna. So basically this is a space in Roppongi where you can step into a sauna and enjoy the metaverse sensation that they are doing. The idea here is to alternate between extreme hot and extreme cold. So there's one moment in time where you get a shock physically, because from extreme hot, like after the sauna, you go into an extremely cold place. So at that moment, or like 1 or 2 seconds, you get shocked. So they want to make use of this 1 or 2 seconds when you have the physical shock in the sensation physically to actually tell you a story about life and philosophy. Yeah, so this is like a new art and sauna experience that you can only experience through the metaverse, and they want to target the supernatural phenomenon. So this is yet another video. I think it's like around 5 minutes that you can take a look at. It's actually very beautiful. Team Lab book is like super beautiful. You can get it in Singapore as well. If you happen to go to Japan, which a lot of Singaporeans are revenge traveling to, please go ahead to watch the Team Lab. They are distributed across Japan, not just in Tokyo, but in a lot of other countries as well. So the point here is that Asia will unveil a new era in storytelling through the metaverse. If you want to know whether the metaverse is a hype or is it something real, definitely 100% I guarantee you, it is something real when it comes to storytelling. Did the metaverse exist before Facebook rebranded to Meta? Answer is yes, because it's ultimately a collection of technologies that is used to tell stories to benefit communities of people with a shared history, shared heritage, shared beliefs, shared culture, shared values. So this one is generated with OpenAI, as in the picture. So you can try OpenAI, Mid-Journey. Nowadays AI can like draw stuff for you with a single sentence command, which I think is really awesome. So before I end this session, right, the question to everyone here is, what stories will we create collectively in the metaverse, and are we all qualified to do it? I think the answer is yes, and it becomes very easy to do it because precisely we are seeing a rise in a lot of AI-powered tools like your virtual human. We are also seeing our Mid-Journey Dell E2 progressing really fast. So if there is a projection, I think in 1.5 years, because of the advancement in gun technology and Dell E2, we'll be seeing more and more of this happening. So yeah, so this is the end of my session. Encourage you to join our LinkedIn group, Metaverse in Asia. If you're interested in it, please scan and join. This is on LinkedIn. And then we have DEI on Metaverse. DEI stands for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. So definitely you don't want to log on the Metaverse and see like avatars with two skin color, which happened before, and it annoys me a lot. So we want to also encourage a movement in the diversity, equity, and inclusion in Metaverse. So I encourage you to join these groups and be updated on the discourse. Okay, with that I end the presentation. Thank you so much for your time.
Right, thanks so much for that speech, Wan Wei. I think that was a very insightful, spirited presentation on the metaverse, and I think that's really, really very exciting. Now, our next speaker holds a dear place in my heart. With over 20 years of experience in structuring and facilitating large-scale buyouts, IPOs, privatization, and minority investment deals, Lily, the CEO of Asia's largest digital asset custody and DeFi platform, Kobo, has a wealth of knowledge, particularly in the realm of law, social policy, finance, and technology. With a license to practice law in both the US and China, Lily is not only an invaluable advisor for business and legal issues when it comes to VCs and startups alike, she's also a role model for those around her. Today, Lily will be telling us more about the inevitable future of digital asset custody, and it gives me great pleasure to invite to join me on stage for today.
Hello everyone. 2022 is a very important year for the history of Web3. In this year, many narratives for Web3 broke, but some new ones came up. For example, this one. Web2 takes your data, Web3 takes your asset. In Web3, if you rely on DeFi, you might lose your assets to hackers. If you rely on CeFi, you might lose your assets to people like SBF. And the top victims in this year is definitely large institutions who came into this space in 2021, the year of FOMO, for institutions' adoption of digital assets. The future of digital asset is bright, but first, you need to keep your digital assets safely until the future arrives. That's why I want to talk about the future of custody, digital asset custody today. In today's agenda, I'm going to share thoughts on the following 3 things. What is digital asset custody and the flaws in existing solutions? What are the trends, forces shaping this industry? And what will be the inevitable future of digital asset custody? What is digital asset custody? It is regularly referred to as institutions' wallets to safekeep their digital assets. It also lays the foundation for some other services to flourish. For example, exchange trading, banking services, primary brokerage, and accounting. It is really regarded as the gateway for institutions' adoption of crypto. Let's look at the flaws in some existing solutions. Centralization with single point of failure is the biggest flaws behind the collapse of CeFi. So, from 3AC to BlockFi to Celsius to FTX, the users never control their own private keys and own assets. Instead, they allow a black box company to access their digital assets and control their private keys. At the collapse of FTX, much money fled away from CeFi to cold wallets and EOA wallets. However, how much trust you should give yourself is a separate issue because you yourself is also a single point of failure. Not to mention the complicated and friendly user interface many EOA wallets have. There are also many solutions in the market which provide 100% security over digital assets, but without interaction with the ecosystem. Some other solutions might lack programmability or business process support. So, what are the trends shaping how institutions store their digital assets? In the astonishment of FTX collapse, many discussions and attention are focused on the safekeeping side of custody. But custody is no longer the safe box. The safe box is no longer the ultimate solution for custody. Curiosity cannot be locked in the safe box. Institutions need to interact with the blockchain's ecosystems actively. In order to understand the evolving role of digital asset custody, we need to introduce a Trinity model where custody sits in the center of users, applications, and the technologies. And these 3 factors are the most important 3 factors shaping the custody industry. Let's dive into each of them. Let's look at the user side of the Trinity. We see rapid growth. The user number already exceeded 320 million. And the type of users already evolved from CryptoPunks to cyberpunks to programmers to retail investors to large corporations and global brand financial institutions. Big names like BlackRock, JP Morgan, and Goldman, they are already rushing into this space. And we also see booming of crypto-native organizations like DAOs and the crypto-native funds in this industry. These kind of institutions, they have distinctively different needs from the prior users of digital asset custody. They have curiosity to interact and access the blockchain application ecosystem. They have need for yield. They want to integrate their internal process and team collaboration and access control into their interaction with blockchain application. They look for hybrid and omni solutions for digital asset custody. Now let's look at the technology side of the Trinity. The blockchain ecosystem is actively evolving with new emergent technologies. From Bitcoin in 2009 to the introduction of smart contracts on Ethereum in 2015, to some other alternative smart contract-based blockchains. We will see more and more layer ones, application-specific blockchains, as well as modular blockchains with layered rollups. This multi-chain, multi-layer ecosystem will definitely give rise to data, user, application fragmentation, which the custodian need to find a solution for. At the application side of the Trinity, before 2020, the applications are mostly crypto exchanges, wallets, and payment services. But since then, the smart contract has fueled booming of another new set of applications. DeFi, DAO, NFT, each of them have evolved to be a multi-billion-dollar sector in its own right. And on top of that, we also see GameFi and SocialFi, with more than 4,000 apps in the ecosystem. The concept of Web3 is definitely going mainstream. The nature and the demand of growing users, applications, and technologies change the conversation custodian need to face. The conversation is no longer, can you really secure my assets? But how can you help me interact with ecosystem more securely and efficiently? From whom to trust no one, but with backup solutions. So in response to the changing conversation, what will be the inevitable future of digital asset custody? We have 4 predictions. Custody need to provide a full stack solution instead of pure key storage. Generally speaking, blockchain applications are built on 4-layer stack: blockchain layer, smart contract, protocol, and application layer. Custodians need to understand the workings of each layer and enable users to connect to various blockchains, to interact with various protocols and smart contracts, and access various applications. Prediction 2. Custodians need to provide unified user experience. We believe the future is multi-chain, multi-layer. There will be various different blockchains, and on each blockchain, there will be different applications and assets. So, and the users, when they access different blockchains, assets, and applications, they will use different entry points, which will give rise to very unfriendly user experience and inefficiency. Custodians will need to not only come up with a solution to facilitate the transfer of data and assets, but also interoperable and composable operations across blockchains. And this needs to be done under one unified user interface. Prediction 3. The current retail user-friendly infrastructure needs to evolve to be more programmable and institutional-grade infrastructure. The need for customizable digital asset custody is increasing. Institutions want to interact with their own internal work process with the blockchain ecosystem. They want to integrate their threshold trading volume, their whitelist, their access control with their interaction. This will help them to interact with DeFi more securely and efficiently. Prediction 4, the custody need to go full decentralization. We're already seeing some attempts in the market to decentralize the key storage, although we believe this is only the first step. In order to achieve ultimate security and transparency, each layers in the application will need to be decentralized, from key storage to access control to entry point of other applications. We believe full decentralization will empower more powerful applications in the ecosystem For example, social recovery, keyless wallet, on-chain trust, and segregation of duties and rights. So an ideal custody will need to address all the discussions points we just covered. And that is what Kobo is doing at the right moment. Kobo is Asia Pacific's largest blockchain custody solution and a service provider. We started to serve 500 customers since 2018. In order for you to understand Kobo's product offering and mission better, I'm going to introduce a recent collaboration we had with NoSafe and MetaMask institutions, the two largest institutions tools to interact with blockchain applications. There is a video to be shown. This is a soul-bound project, which means the NFT is bound to your wallet address forever. Which also means there is no second market price. So this NFT is strictly MNS compliant. And it is called evolution. In the showcase of a soul, you just see going through different forms to keep up with the ever-changing state of blockchain environment. And also represents a builder's soul that never says die attitude, that the true crypto crusades have. So at Kobo, we provide a full stack of custody solutions, from HSM-based full custody to co-manage the Kobo MPC, to smart contract-based Kobo Argus, which is a decentralized custody solution. So at centralized side, we help institutions to fully comply with local licensing requirement. And also our institution clients can interact with blockchain applications, even from their centralized account, with the integration of MetaMask institution. At Kobo NPC, we distribute key storage and management among users, Kobo, and the trusted third parties. So the third key shard can help the users to still access their assets when there's any failure at Kobo side or user side. And this solution also helps regulators and fund admins to monitor transactions without the need to participate in the transaction itself. At the Kobo Argus side, this is a tool for DeFi fund to interact with DeFi more securely and efficiently, and it is an officially recommended DApp on Gnosis Safe. And in response to some trading houses' request to trade first, settle later, without the need to transfer their funds from their wallets to exchange, which put their funds at risk and the exchange's management of their funds, we are also launching our Super Loop solution, which helps the clients to trade first, settle later. And we are also working on a decentralized custodian with a dedicated blockchain, which we believe is a one-stop solution to access multi-chain and multi-layer blockchain world. So in conclusion, we believe the future of digital asset custody is full-stack solution, need to provide a unified user experience, programmability, and full decentralization. The custody provision is very challenging and difficult, however, very important because it holds the key to institutions' adoption of digital assets and ultimately the mainstream adoption of digital assets and the interaction with real-world economy. We've been in this sector for several years, and we invite interested parties, investors, partners, and builders to join us in this uncharted and exciting place. Let's build the future of custody together and make digital assets safe again. I'm Lily King from Kobo, and thank you for listening today.
Right, thanks so much for that, Lily. I think it was an amazing speech regarding digital asset custody, which is probably one of the more important factors right now as we are fraught with a lot of uncertainty, fear, and doubt, especially in the current industry. But as we speak of cutting-edge technology and perhaps building towards a new world, I think we can't forget too much about the current world that we all live in, as well as the responsibilities and sustainabilities that we need to pay attention to towards its own future as well as longevity. Our next speaker is the founder and chief strategy officer of Handprint, a platform that places sustainability within its main focus in the regeneration of ecosystems and the rebuilding of communities while connecting companies with amazing causes. It gives me great pleasure to invite Simon Schilbeeks, an academic, entrepreneur, and published author in digital sustainability, to share a few words with us. Simon, please.
This is not my slide deck. All right, well, maybe I'll start with, oh, there we go. Hello, everyone. Good morning. So, my name is Simon. As was announced, I'm the founder of Handprint, one of a few. And I want to talk to you about something quite different than what we've talked about so far. Like, we are not a metaverse company. We operate largely in Web 2, but we have a variety of projects that we're starting in Web 3. And a lot of what we do is very well aligned, I think, with what Web 3 seeks to accomplish. And I'll hope to convince you of that in the next couple of minutes. So the talk that I'm focusing on today is really to exemplify a need within the Web3 space, that we have to stop thinking about sustainability in terms of we have to reduce our carbon footprint. Because if you
Anybody here knows Tim Berners-Lee? It's very quiet here today, so I thought I'd get some interaction. Anybody knows Tim Berners-Lee? Nobody. Oh, Tim Berners-Lee, yeah? Web 1.0, right? So that was the architect behind Web 1.0, and that was HTML, it was HTTP as a protocol, so he built the first web browser and the web server, and it was URL, right? So I am an engineer, like I mentioned before, so for me, that part is important. So those are protocols that were built for Web 1.0. And then 2.0 came along because we all started signing up for our Gmail accounts, and we even needed to socialize as a service through Friendster and Facebook and whatever else that was there. And then Web 3.0 for me extends, so again, I like to talk about protocols. Web 2.0, there were no real protocols, but Web 3.0, the extra bit was the peer discovery layer, which again came with Napster in the 90s, so it's not new. Then there was the cryptography layer that we spoke about a lot. So ECC was invented in 1970s or maybe 80s. And then you've got the consensus protocol, which was maybe the most interesting development in the Web 3.0 space, right? So whether it was the proof of work, the proof of stake, or proof of authority, and you've got a bunch of others, PBFT and whatnot. So for me, these extra protocols, the cryptography, the peer discovery layer, and then consensus protocol, the extra bit added to 1.0 is what constitutes Web 3, right? But digital assets, for me, it doesn't have anything to do with Web 3.0. For me, digitization of assets has been happening for a long time. It's from the advent of the first stock exchanges. So for me, digital assets are just any ways in which you can digitize assets, whether they are physical assets like commodities, real estate, or whether they can be virtual assets like intellectual property. It's just a platform that enables you to digitize them. But I think the real question here we're asking is not even whether the definition of digital assets, but more custody, like what Lily mentioned earlier in her presentation, right? So the self-custody part is what's interesting about the digital asset space, and that self-custody comes from the cryptography element of the Web 3.0, and so that's my take on it. Sorry, I took a bit longer. Yeah.
I think there's a nomenclature.
So I think right now the crux of it is not whether it's Web3, Web2, Web1, Web5, whatever. It's a number. I think the crux of what we're looking at is probably what digital assets are. First of all, what are assets? At the end of the day, being digital is ones and zeros. It doesn't do anything. You can't eat it. You can't do shit with it, right? You can't even wipe your ass with it. So it's totally useless. Now, as an asset in itself, unless you're able to create real-world utility, this is a layer on top of what things were. So my view of the matter is that assets came from the agricultural stage when we started to stop hunting, find a plot of land, start growing food. Now, anything else on top of that is just technology to make the transactions, the exchange faster. So overall, yes, if you're a startup looking to raise funds, just put all the buzzwords, man, like cryptocurrency, quantum, AI, Web3 helps, I think.
Can I just add something? I think Web 1 and Web 2 is more like you're interacting with something. But I think Web 3 is a total experience. You actually say it's like a way of life, right? Because you are really immersed and interacting with it. And from the digital token, digital asset perspective is, I think having a digital asset allows the Web3 economy, metaverse to happen, because when you can digitize and then use the tokens to incentivize behavior, and that is something that is, the digital asset can play a big role in creating a lot of new creator business models.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. I think Web3, like some of you guys mentioned, could be a buzzword, but the definition is also quite broad. There's things like interoperability as well. There's things like interactivity, like lots of things like going on in the Web3 space, like metaverse, AI, custody of assets. These are all interesting things that would not have come but for the human spirit and ingenuity to try and bring the internet or connection on a basic level to the next frontier. So thanks you guys for all that comments. Right, so we're going to move on to the next question. Do you think that institutional adoption of digital assets is important in cementing the path forward, or do you think this growth will originate more from the retail side?
Finally, I get to start first. Anyways, so on this note, my feel is that there would be a schism and a separation between your participation in society. As of now, I assume all of us at least have an EP, PR Singaporean in Singapore, right? You cannot escape the fact that geographically, physically, you will be in this country. Now, on the other hand of the spectrum, in the digital world, you can go on to PUBG, play games, get killed, and this would have two separate worlds in the future, whereby we cannot avoid government insertion into our lives, right? So on one end of the spectrum, there will be CBDC. They will track whatever the hell you spend on. New Zealand is already stopping minors from buying cigarettes. Very soon, I'm damn sure Singaporean, of course my opinion, right, since this is a public forum, Singaporean government would also say, hey, we have a Singapore XSGD. Anyone who is using XSGD will no longer be allowed to buy alcohol, will no longer be allowed to buy tobacco, potentially, right? Because it's very simple to go with the merchant, the MCC code, and just stop all these purchases. So in essence, it's also becoming very dangerous, whereby if you look at the Life SG wallet, this is the first implementation and trial of what the digital currency could look like for CBDC in Singapore.
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting question. So will the growth of digital assets really come from the retail side, institutional side? I've thought about this question a lot as well. Personally, I feel that it takes two hands to clap, right? What do I mean? I think a very good example is if you look at cryptocurrencies, right? One of the most popular digital assets that we have. What really happened is that there was the retail side, right, where there was a lot of people who was adopting it, looking into it, and once it hit a critical mass, the institutions start to take it a lot more seriously. Personally, I feel that that's the case of how it will be for a lot of all the digital assets. I feel that that's probably a more tangible, visible path forward, because both institutions, retail, they both bring value to the table. For the retail side, they are the ones who are they are the ones who are more open to trying out new things, right? They are not like the institutions; they don't have a lot of shareholders to report to. So I feel that from the retail side, that's the value they bring, dare to change, dare to try new things. And once they try all the different type of new innovation out there, and once a critical mass is reached, the institutions start to take this more seriously. In the case of crypto, you have PEs, you have VCs who start to provide cryptocurrencies within their portfolio offering to their clients. So I feel that that's what's going to happen. And once institutions start to take this seriously, it adds legitimacy. Right? I think that's the key value add that they have. And being the size that they are, it actually allows them to create a lot of liquidity and stability for the entire ecosystem. And once that happens, it actually attracts even more retail investors into the market. And that sort of generates that virtuous cycle that I believe will be the key to legitimizing any sort of digital assets that we have on top of just cryptocurrency. That's my take.
So just to jump in on this, so it's kind of like a chicken and egg kind of situation, right? Like which one comes first, but both kind of perpetuate each other in a cycle of adoption.
I believe in the long run, it's the retail side that can unleash the great potential of blockchain. Because the reason why we are excited about blockchain is it brings us a better, more transparent, accessible, and just the privileged ones. But in the short term, maybe 1, 2, 3 years down, because this blockchain space is still very early, and we need long-term commitment to build up infrastructure. This is a space still lacking infrastructure. And to build infrastructure, you need the resources. You need social influence to connect institutions and governments, regulators, to work together to build. And you also need longer-term commitment and funds to build up this infrastructure. And these kind of resources are controlled by big institutions. That's why I think institutions' participation in this industry is vital for the following 1, 2, 3 years.
I'm just going to add the perspective from the metaverse. I think as the metaverse, more and more metaverses are built and created, the tokenomics will be there. So the token economy will go to more and more people. So I think in that sense, the retail side will be driving the adoption, but the legalization always will come from the institution. But I think especially in Asia, where the population is young, people are so used to gaming, and so many metaverses are coming up. I think that this will really drive adoption, at least in the retail side. Yeah.
My take is that regulation usually drives, for me at least, or maybe the lack of regulation sometimes drives a lot of these things. And the lack of regulation usually affects the retail side first. So technically the answer to the question should be, roughly from the retail side is where you're going to see the growth, not because of anything else, but rather because of the lack of regulation, right? And from my experience of having been in a few financial institutions, from an institutional perspective, I've seen over the last 10 odd years, the search for yield has gotten more and more desperate, especially when we had the almost zero interest rate environment. Now, obviously, it's a completely different environment. But from then until a couple of years ago, the search for yield has gotten so desperate that I feel like, again, the institutions are just taking advantage of the lack of regulation and jumping onto the bandwagon of getting the yield for their clients, right? Otherwise, you will see the likes of long-term capital management, for example, where investors just pull out. So that's my take.
That's actually quite interesting. Actually, I was speaking to Lily in one of our interviews before about how institutions actually have a unique leverage because they have more resources to perform R&D, for more innovation, and that is what spurs further growth and encourages, for instance, smaller incubator projects to follow suit. Like, okay, look, if I see this big company going in, I can go in too because I know that this space now is safe to go in, right? So it kind of lowers the barrier of entry, creates confidence.
No, absolutely. And just to add on a little bit, also remember institutions can rig markets quite easily, especially in low liquidity asset situations. And we've done this, right, traditionally, when I used to work at a hedge fund. And we take advantage of such situations, and it's all happening all over again. It's nothing new, no new tactics here. Same tactics, different asset class.
Yeah, completely agree. So hopefully, moving forward, I really do hope to see, like what we mentioned earlier, a kind of perpetual cycle of retail investors spurring institutional growth, which then spurs confidence for retail investors, and the cycle goes on and on. But of course, there is also the governmental aspect that has to come in to be supportive of such an ecosystem, such a growth cycle, because if not, nothing's going to happen, right? Okay, so we're going to move on to the next question. Now, various countries hold differing standpoints of their legal treatment of digital asset classes. I point to an example of, for instance, the comparative between Japan and Singapore. Right? On one hand, you have a country that's very willing to open its doors to cryptocurrency, digital assets. On the other hand, another country that's a little more conservative in that area. do you think that having a global consensus or a framework for dealing with digital assets is possible? I'm asking this question because IMF actually released a report, I think early last year, about how they would suggest and recommend having a global regulatory framework for digital assets, but because it's so multinational, it becomes difficult to implement that. So just wondering, what thoughts you guys might have on that. I'm not going to do this.
Yeah, I cannot get even a few people in a small group to agree on anything common, so I'm going to not hold my breath for global standards on digital assets, right? I think it's unlikely. But what can happen is, and also in terms of regulations, we've all come a long way in terms of regulating the conventional securities space, right? And you can take some inspiration from that space. I should correct myself earlier. I said regulation, the lack of regulation, but actually it's not the lack of regulation. Regulations are there, the policies are there, but the enforcement is not, right? So the enforcement of those policies has been a little bit, I don't want to say lax, but I think they have not been actively pursuing enforcement simply because they don't know how to enforce, perhaps, right? So I think that's the part that for me is like, if countries around the world, they would just use the existing frameworks. So that would require that you classify something like a crypto asset as a security, like Japan did in the early days, by the way. And if you do that, then you can use the existing policies to govern them. And these regulations are just there to protect retail investors. That's all they're for, right? They're meant to make sure the housewives and the grandmothers and the grandfathers don't get scammed, right? That's the most important thing. So I think that's my take on it, that the regulation ultimately will not get standardized, but I think we already have standardized policies in the security space that we can easily adapt, and that's what needs to happen, and then we will see these unified standards across, I feel. Yeah.
That's also another question, right? Because for the SEC, for instance, they're still struggling to determine whether ETH is still a security, right? So there's even then the definitions become a bit warped because of how fluid and volatile cryptocurrency is and what stage it is in the pipeline, right?
Yeah, I think my take is that it's unlikely to have a common sort of standard, but I think how each country will implement its policies will be dependent on the economic development stage of the country, right? So if it's like a country that's really not educated, a lot of people don't have banking accounts, then obviously, no point, the regulation will be different. So I think dependent on probably the economic development of country, what stage is it, just like, if the Hong Kong stock market, Singapore stock market, London stock, roughly have the same rules, but probably not the Cambodian stock market, for example. So that is a simple sort of analogy I would use here.
I think there will be some coordinations at the regulation side, for sure. And government will probably share the same concern on AML and investor protection. But I don't think there will be global consensus. Each government, different governments will have their own priorities at their agenda. For example, EU is now tightening regulation because due to the concerns on financial stability. But some countries in Middle East, they are accommodating digital assets in the hope that they can get ahead in a totally new financial infrastructure. So as just mentioned, the financial system, if in the country the financial system is underdeveloped, they have better chance to adopt digital assets because it's a new infrastructure that they have an opportunity to get ahead of this. So that's my thoughts.
To be honest, going second last is quite challenging as well. That said, I actually am very aligned with what was previously mentioned, especially to Stephen's point on different countries having like different economic considerations. On top of that, different countries, they have different technological infrastructure in place. They have different talent pool expertise to really make this a success. And on that note, apart from that, you also have like social, political things to consider. However, in terms of predicting whether there would be like a common consensus on a global framework, I feel that looking at what's happening right now, what has happened in the past historically, will be a fairly good predictor of the future, right? I learned that from Principles, Ray Dalio's book, a book I like a lot. That said, I feel what's happening now is we have the Basel III, you have your RBC, you have your IFRS, you have Solvency II, you have different types of regulations on capital requirements, on accounting, reporting. They are not the same, right? They are distinct. However, they have a common set of guidelines, right? They have a common set of best practices that are generally similar. If you guys have done, have checked that out, they have like that common set of principles, including investor protection and including market integrity. So I feel that it's unlikely that there will be a defined set of documents where every country will follow that. But I feel that within each country, there would be their individualized type of documents, regulations that they follow. However, underlying all these different regulations, there will be a common denominator, which is probably going to be not too different from this country and that country. That's my prediction of what's going to happen. Yeah.
So kind of like a code of conduct or an advisory for people to follow, countries to follow.
I think in my view, it boils down to which time horizon you want to look at. If it's going to be 1 year, hell no. You know, like what Manu says, it's impossible to get consensus. But if you look at a time horizon of 20 to 40 years, right, whereby Web3 is already a standard, say SWIFT, most countries except for North Korea, Iran has already adopted it, right? So overall, what is the time horizon that you're looking at? And how far ahead, and if you guys really believe in the fact that Web3 is going to lay the foundation, the pipes, the infrastructure, then yes, I think that is likely going to be the case. This would likely replace crap like SWIFT into something that's a bit more equitable. But at the same time, a lot of countries have not digitized. They don't have the resources to digitize, which is why right now slightly more advanced or developed nations with resources should build up the infrastructure so that we can create something that's a bit more equitable around the world.
Okay, cool. So from a global standpoint, I want to now just bring and narrow down the conversation to Singapore, like where we are in right now. So what are some of the primary considerations behind Singapore's treatment of digital assets, and would you say that regulations necessarily come at a cost of innovative growth of these asset classes?
Short answer, too early to tell. Everybody is trying out their own stuff, so Singapore is trying to find a balance. Dubai is extremely free. US, I don't know, until they sort out the political problems, nothing's going to move.
Well, I previously worked at MAS before, so I kind of have a good idea of how they usually work. In Singapore specifically, I feel that Singapore's government, they are pretty proactive, right? They are forward-looking into what's going to happen. They consider the different scenarios. They learn from the best practices from other countries. They do a lot of research on that. Specifically, I think there's two parts to the question. First is what are some of the primary considerations? I think there's a lot. I'll just name three. When it comes to regulating a fairly new market, I think the first is the Singapore government, they focus a lot on investor protection. Like what I think you were saying earlier, making sure that your grandma doesn't get scammed, right? So I think that that's something that's very important, and to ensure that the investors are well protected. Second, they focus a lot on market integrity as well, to make sure that there's no fraud, there's no AML, there's no money laundering, there's no market manipulation and all that. I think they have a lot of regulations on that. That said, I think a lot of countries, they have that, right? Regulations that tighten up. But I think one thing that differentiates how Singapore looks at it is the third thing, is innovation, right? The Singapore government, they don't, I shouldn't be speaking for the Singapore government, but my take on how they do it is they focus a lot on innovation. They are not too overly heavy-handed on regulations. They understand the importance of allowing the ecosystem to grow. So I feel that those are three common principles that are being applied, considerations that are being applied in this setting. On the second question, I think was like on whether regulation is like necessarily comes at the cost of innovation, right? I personally don't think so. I feel that there needs to be a balance, like what was mentioned earlier. If you have too much regulations, nothing's gonna happen. Everyone can't do much, right? When you have too little regulation, you might think that there will be a lot of innovation. But the fact is, if you have too little regulation, you have bad things happening, you have bad actors, and retail investors, they may be too scared to join the market. So when you actually have some optimal amount of regulation, right, it actually creates a stable, transparent, trustworthy market where retail investors are willing and daring enough to take part in that market. And only when that happens, you can allow for like real growth in the economy, and that's where I feel, that's why I don't think that regulation comes at the cost of innovation. I feel that there needs to be like a balance between the two.
It's quite interesting also because actually with regulations, then small companies may start thinking like, okay, how do I create a new product that is compliant to these regulations, and that's perhaps what spurs further innovation and growth.
And to add on to that, just to add on, like in Singapore we have the regulatory sandbox as well, that actually allows for like small companies like what you're saying to really try and test out the idea. So it's really something that the Singapore is really actively doing.
I want to add, Dubai is not that free because we submitted like 3,000 documents in order to get the in-principle approval from Dubai Vera. So I think Singapore MS is quite consistent in their yes to innovation, no to speculation principle. And the regulation in Singapore is mainly focused on the speculation side. And on the innovation side in Singapore, it's mainly focused on big institutions innovation and top-down, because I think MS knows that big institutions in Singapore, they control a lot of resources that can commit into the space. And they can also work with government to work on the sandbox. Project Orchid, Project Guardian, I think is also the product of the coordination between big organizations and the government. I think the top-down innovation has pros and cons. It misses the powerful energy from grassroots innovation, but it helped the industry to grow faster because the commitment from large institutions can be much more to the industry. So I think this kind of innovation mode is a better solution for Singapore market.
Maybe I'll just add from the association perspective, because actually one of the roles of association is to help to bring innovation ideas up to the regulatory authority. So I think one of the things that we are sort of supposed to do, basically, if we can get feedback group from the innovative fintech guys who want to do something outside of the regulatory, they can actually come to us and we can feedback to the government, to MAS or authority. So I think that's something that besides the top-down, that's the role of our association, especially in an area like blockchain where everything is very new and sometimes the regulators are definitely slower than the innovators on the ground. Yeah.
Sometimes you're not very sure if what you're doing is regulatory compliant because, like you said, the regulations are still trying to keep up with the rapid innovation pace.
I think I'll just stick to my earlier point with regards to already existing laws being quite robust and well proven, security laws, for example. It's just a matter of applying them to this new asset class. And the reason I say that is because, for example, if you need a market operator license in Singapore, right, to run an exchange, you cannot just be the person that also custodizes the assets that are on your exchange, right? The whole reason that segregation between an exchange and custody exists even for SGX and CDP, for example, is so that stuff that happened at FTX cannot happen, right? So all these frameworks are already there. We just need expansion of the definition of a security. Yes, it comes with its own set of challenges, but the spirit of the law is still to protect market participants. It's still to ensure that there's no manipulation, no front running of the books, for example, right? So I think those exist already. We just need to apply them. The other question about innovation and regulation, I use maybe just to explain this with an example. It's like playing football, right? I mean, when you play football, you've got to use your feet. You can't use your hands, right? So you can't say it's innovative. Maybe in the case of Maradona, it could have been innovation because he had the hand of God, but you can't say using the hand to score a goal is innovation, right? So we all have to play within the rules because then the game is fun, the game works. Otherwise, it doesn't, right? So the true genius is in figuring out the not the gaps or to exploit the gaps, but to figure out that, hey, look, the law exists for these reasons. Let me address the spirit of the law and build my product according to that. So then even if the regulator comes to you and says, hey, you know what, this is a bit gray, are you sure you know what you're doing? And then you explain to them and you tell them, hey, look, I'm still addressing the same spirit of the law, right? And then I think you have a better discussion with them, and probably they might adopt what you're proposing, and that becomes a new standard, right? And that's true innovation. Yeah.
So it's Lily, please correct me on this because I'm not a law student, but like jurisprudence, so you understand like the intention of the law, and as long as you perform your actions somewhat in tandem with what was the intended purpose of the law, then you kind of have a prima facie case to argue yourself. Things I hope I'm getting it correctly. I'm not sure. I'm not a law student. Okay, so we're going to move on to the last question of today's roundtable. So in the wake of recent crashes this year, quote FTX, Celsius, 3AC, etc., do you think there's an overwhelming state prerogative to tighten up regulations in the space now to keep citizens safe, more so than ever? Everyone's telling like 2022 is the worst year in crypto so far, so do you think there's this overwhelming surge to do so?
Oh yeah, especially when you get closer to elections. Because obviously there were a lot of retail investors affected with this one, right? So now the retail investors are all going to be filing complaints with their relevant governments or their representatives. And so when that starts happening, then again, you're going to be in the situation where as a lawmaker, you have to take some action. So I think that's inevitable. It's going to happen. And unfortunately, that might mean some of these companies, when they get unwound in a liquidation proceeding, the other companies that are going to get affected, and there's going to be a broader spectrum. So I think the lawmakers have a bigger task of trying to contain the chain reaction of things. But yeah, I think it's inevitable. It will happen.
I don't either disagree or agree, but I think definitely more sort of checks and balances will have to be in place. For example, asking people to show their reserve, things like this, which should be done anyway, but just that they will now deliberately go to ask exchanges or fintech companies to do the necessary, which actually should be done. Yeah.
At the regulation side, it's definitely getting tightened. Even if in Hong Kong seems to be in competition of Singapore at the hub of Asia's Web3 center, but if you look at the guidelines closely, you will see only very few players can really get the license for retail business. And the cost is tremendous. Like as shared by the chairman of HashKey, the license for exchange in Singapore costs like $30 million US. So it's definitely getting tightened, but I don't really think we should rely on regulators for the security side of digital assets. It's the builder's job to provide market and the users with more accessible products and help them to bridge the gap for a more safe user experience.
Well, I guess generally when something bad happens and we have regulations that come out to mitigate these things from happening again, it's more like a knee-jerk reaction to it. And in the case around the world, I think that's currently what's happening. A lot of institutions, regulations, they're tightening up, checking, ensuring that reserves are there, ensuring that the appropriate segregation between the custodian and the exchange is there. The case of Singapore as well, I feel that there's definitely some of that as well. But at the same time, I think the question we really need to ask is like, what's next, right? What's beyond this tightening up regulation? I feel like there's a lot more things that we can do. We can learn from what some other countries are doing, learning from their best practices and incorporating that into our current system and make it more robust, more resilient. I think that's really a focus. And yeah, looking in the future, I think that's what's key in making this ecosystem more resilient for everyone.
I think overall at the beginning of the year 2022, everybody's like, when moon, right? Bitcoin is $60,000. I can retire instead of still taking on a job and collecting salary. At the end of the year, it's like, oh, damn it, thank God I have a job and I still have a salary to pay my mortgage, right? So I think, like I stated earlier, I think there's going to be a division between and a split. There would be a market that is for regulated players. That would be a bigger total addressable market, no qualms about it. There would also be a market where people want and value their freedom, right? If they want all these crappy ICO projects that will appear on coffees, good for them, right? They might be able to make 10K, 20K in 1 month or 2 months shilling crap. But that would be down to them. And these markets will always exist. You cannot stop the free market from existing. So once again, time horizon on how you judge whether regulation is going to be good or bad doesn't matter. There would be players who want fast to earn money and just reply quickly, and good for them. They're very lucky. But at the same time, regulation will step in. There would be market players that want regulation to step in for a safe space. But it gets very boring very fast. It will be like Singapore. It's all very clean, right? So, yeah.
All right, thank you so much for all speakers for that amazing roundtable discussion. I hope everyone enjoyed and got some valuable takeaways and insights from that discussion. All right, so now we're gonna break for lunch. I'll see all of you guys back at 1 p.m. exactly, so don't be late, and I will see you in just a bit for part 2 of today's session. Cheers.
Pleasure. Pleasure. Oh, do we? Oh, oops.
Now,
If not,
okay.
it's not enough.
Yeah,
But
so
it's
able to pay wages,
mergers,
yes,
for the construction of the building, project incubations that boast over $100 million
yes, and they start,
in
you know,
assets
just
under
having
management as
multiple
well
collections.
as over
And
300 portfolio investments. Let's give it up for Liu Zhao, investment manager at M Ventures. Liu Zhao, please.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Thanks Coinlive for having me to share about Web3 trends and opportunities. I'm Liu Zhao, I'm a venture partner at M Ventures. A little bit background about M Ventures. We're a coin fund under Maxi Global Exchange with about 100 million AUM and 300 portfolio investments. So we constantly study the market trends and different sectors of the industry to search for the next billion-dollar idea. So it's my pleasure here to share with you some of our observations. I'm sure everybody heard about the movie, The Good, Bad, and Ugly. I think that metaphor well summarized the current situation of the market. Everybody knows FTX and Luna, know throughout this year, the record high inflation and Fed rate hikes have led the capital markets severely down. The market deleveraged quickly, and when the tides go out, next slide, please. Yeah, so the ugly part, Luna and Terra. So the market deleveraged quickly, and we discovered that so many players have been swimming naked. Luna peak's market cap was 40 billion, and UST was 20 billion. That was total was 60 billion market cap wiped out in a matter of a few weeks. FTX raised about $2 billion in total, and misused customer funds for about $8 million. Many people have lost faith in the industry, and many customers are scared away. The faith needs to be restored by our more genuine actions. Let's also face the bad part. The global crypto market cap has also, next please, have also suffered a lot. It has retraced from the peak of $3 trillion to 0.8 trillion, a 73% decrease. The chart shows that the total DeFi value locked also dropped significantly. Next, please. Another part to notice is the developer activities. The chart shows EVM, the non-EVM on the top and the EVM on the bottom. Both weekly developer activities has been down, also pretty bad. No one was outperforming. However, it was not all bad news. Next slide, please. So, the VCs, our internal data shows that VCs with deep pockets are still investing. And historically, bear market are the best time to make investments. And people who said that Ethereum merge will never happen, the next slide, they have witnessed the historical moment. It's been only 93 days since the Ethereum merge. But it only merely emitted 2,000 ETH. Without a merge, as the chart shows, without a merge, it would have been emitted about 1.1 million ETH, which is worth about $1.2 billion that could have been dumped by miners to the market. Huge improvement of value accruing. To recognize opportunities, we need to know the problems. Next, please. We believe that right now there are 3 problems that we need to solve urgently. First and foremost, the infrastructure limitations. Next, please. By infrastructures, I don't solely mean better L2, better L1s. It also refers to a lot of middleware that we need to build. For example, GitHub can easily censor tornado cache codes. And cross-chain bridges are still frequently get hacked all the time. Those are the basic infrastructures that we need to have safely. And secondly, we claim that we are Web3, but actually our UI UX is not even good as Web2 that it exists right now. So I call it Web1 UI UX. It's really not very friendly to the newcomers. And third, transparency. Needless to say, we need more transparencies from centralized exchange, any centralized organization. We need more transparency. Without that, I think customers will flee away and scared away. And also a more clear regulation framework from governments. We need to tackle that too. After recognizing the problems, to solve these bottlenecks, we believe the following are the trends and opportunities that will rise in 2023 and the following years. So first trend, the scaling solutions are maturing. Total value locked on optimistic roll-up like Arbitrum and Optimism are quickly increasing. From 250K, so in USD term, the chart shows in the USD term, the total value locked has peaked in about May. But in ETH terms, it actually increased from 250,000 ETH to 4 million ETH value locked on just optimistic roll-ups. We believe more activities will shift towards layer 2s. The future has come already. There are also many interesting opportunities that falls into this category. For example, layer 2 as a service for a specific app, which is Optimism is currently working on right now, and more reliable bridges between L2s and L1s. And of course, bridge aggregators, there will always be. And secondly, ZK rollup solutions are also catching up, with ZK Sync and Starkware leading the game. The chart shows the number of ETH deposited in the bridge. There are great opportunities falls into category 2. ZK proof hardware, personal data marketplace, ZK bridges, etc., etc. This all utilize the privacy advantage that ZK technology can provide. We also believe that, next slide, NFT will further flourish and lead the world. The graph shows the number of wallets that holds and lends NFT. What is lends? Lends protocol aims to be a permissionless, composable, and decentralized social graph. What does social graph mean? So at Lens, all of your social graph, which represent who you follow, who follows you, your posts, your comments, all are created as an NFT to your wallet that is open to be able to use by other developers. It's fully permissionless. It's like a Lego that all people can use. We believe this will revolutionize the way that social apps are built. Not only social, music and gaming will also benefit from the NFT flourishing. Next slide, please. Another huge improvement will be coming from UI UX. Semi-custodial wallet, social recovery function, log in with your Web2 accounts like Google and Facebook, you name it. It will be very easy for average Web2 users to migrate to Web3. And specifically, the MPC wallets, and also smart contract wallets, and account abstraction. Those some new technologies that will make wallet much easier for average users to use and migrate to Web3. The next slide shows that gaming is another sector that will be benefit hugely. On the left chart is from play-to-earn.net. It shows that most Web3 games right now are still in the web page game era, which is pretty counterintuitive because in traditional gaming platform, the mobile is still the dominant device or platform, which counts for 90 billion revenues from last year. We believe Web3 will also shift towards that platform distribution. We have really just started with $90 billion that we can gain a market share from. Gaming infrastructure is also full of opportunities. For example, the Web3 gaming distribution platform, gaming NFT marketplace, dedicated ones, game engines, etc., etc. There is so much game infrastructure to be built, and so that developers can develop on it and easily distribute to more users, and of course mobile users. And last but not the least, we think transparency and compliance will also be an accelerated trend. Centralized exchange or institutions might be eaten by DeFi if they fail to provide enough transparency. On-chain perp, DEX, spot, or futures, you name it. People already transferring to using more DEX. And governments also need to provide more clarity on regulation framework to pave the way to onboard the next billion users. Only the regulation is clear that things like payments can be done and trust by users. To conclude, if you are a builder, please keep building with these great opportunities. If you are a VC, please keep investing in solid ideas. The future is still bright, and let's keep building a better financial world. And if you want to access to our full report, please follow our Twitter for the complete version. Thank you for the opportunity.
Mic test. All right, thanks so much for that. We're going to move on now to our next segment. We would like now to invite Vance Lawayan to deliver his keynote speech, especially because Vance is a really good close acquaintance of mine at the startup ecosystem lead at Huawei Cloud and leader of the Spark Incubator program. Vance has a wealth of experience in uncovering the potential behind newly minted Web3 startups and bringing them from startup to scale up. It gives me no greater pleasure to invite Vance Lawayan to join me up on stage to share a few words. Vance, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to be here. And just by a show of hands, how many people have been affected by one of the scams that have hit the market? Anyone from Celsius here? Okay. FTX? Okay, so these are the diehards, the survivors. I like it. So my name's Llewellyn Vance, and it's a pleasure to be with you here today. I think I have a lot of respect for this industry. You are the architects of the future. And what I'm going to share with you today is really just a little bit about the Spark program. I'm the startup ecosystem lead for a program called Spark that falls under Huawei. And as you know, Huawei is an amazing brand with a lot of technology, a lot of capability. And today I'd just like to share a little bit about the ecosystem and some of the exciting Web3 projects we're participating with. I'm going to jump off the stage here. It's a little bit too high. I'm going to just stand it to the side so that we can see what we're talking about. So I think the first and most important thing to understand is from a focus perspective, we're unlocking global innovation. We are a global brand. As the Spark program, we have presence here in APAC. We also have a presence in South America, Latin America, and we're very quickly unlocking our regional presence across Africa, Middle East, as well as Europe. So we believe innovation is borderless, and we, in the true spirit of innovation, collaborates with a lot of different entities across the globe. So at least 9 different government agencies, okay, and we work with over 30 VCs. Our Spark Accelerator program works intimately with these VCs to help them understand what startups are in the market. So to give you an idea of how we operate, we identify tech-based startups. We go through a qualification process to see if there's a synergistic relationship between us and them. And from that point of departure, we will then create a relationship whereby we assist them with various benefits in the form of credits, in the form of technical support, and a go-to-market strategy, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a bit. So the program started in 2020. We're relatively new, and initially it was quite difficult to find startups and to invite them to participate and collaborate with us. So we had to relook at the model, and the way we did it is we created a program called Spark Ignite Global. And this has yielded phenomenal results for us as a brand. We've been able to have exponential growth year on year with startups joining the program from around the globe. And we're talking about a range of leading edge technology startups that basically come from all over the world, which is the really interesting part, considering the geopolitical noise that exists in the world that we operate in. So we really have the benefit of seeing all the latest and greatest technology that's coming from various continents. Our top 10 is everywhere from the US, Europe, Africa, India, and we go through a process of working with these startups to refine how can we work together, how can we synergize, how can you leverage the Huawei ecosystem, our IP, our technology, and help you develop a go-to-market strategy that takes you from startup to scale up. So over the last 3 years, we've had about 3,500 startups coming to our database. We've actively worked with about 100 of these, okay, because we're very selective, we're a small team. And these 100-odd startups are the startups that work with us in the accelerator program. And we've helped them raise over 50 million USD in their ambition as we've unlocked their go-to-market opportunities. Another nice accolade that we received is we have partnered with Enterprise Singapore. They've given us a grant. We just launched an incubator program, okay? Very exciting. So we've got 2 components to the Spark program. I've spoken about the accelerator part. We also have an incubator that we just launched. And the incubator is really centered on working with startups that are really early stage, pre-seed, and still kind of figuring out what that MVP looks like. Some of them have a kind of workshopped a MVP that they're trying to take to market, and they might not be finding the success that they're looking for. But what we do within the incubator is give them a dedicated facility where they can be based, they can operate there as a team, okay? They have access to world-class facilities in the form of an AR, VR lab, a 5G lab. They've also got a dedicated podcast studio, newsroom level quality recording studio, all the mechanics you need as a startup entity to find success. What has been interesting in working with some of these startups is often, and I've been testament to this in my own right, as founders, as entrepreneurs, we tend to have that pure spirit of creating something. You feel it in your bones, you know that there's a gap in the market. I think the exciting thing with the Web3 space is we're seeing this gap materialize between the existing world and the capabilities of Web3. And what we've seen with a lot of the startups that are coming to the incubator is we go to the basics and we dive into the value proposition canvas and the business canvas, and we try and see and understand, do they have a good product market fit? And what's been interesting coming out of that exercise is a lot of the time, they haven't thought about that. They've just shot from the hip, they've gone for it, and when we sit down and we drill down into the basics, we realize, hang on a second, there's a piece of the puzzle that's missing here. And a lot of the startups have pivoted to a completely new go-to-market strategy or innovated, leveraging more of the Huawei tech or some of the other tech from the other startups that exist in the broader ecosystem. So how do we help you as Huawei through the Spark program? Well, when you join us, there's a dime a dozen programs that will throw cloud credits at you, and that's not going to determine your success. What determines your success is your go-to-market strategy. And through Huawei, we help you to sell to, through, or with Huawei. So what does that mean? So if you have a product that's relevant, you can sell it to Huawei through a joint API project. The really exciting part is the ability to sell with Huawei. And that's where once we've mapped out your solution, looked at your value proposition, and boiled the true essence of it down so that we can distill it to our business development managers around the globe according to your regional ambitions, then we activate them to go hunt and bring in opportunities and create some pipeline swell. So that's quite exciting. The ability to sell through Huawei is through our developer ecosystem. So putting your solution on our app store and accessing all of those individuals across the globe. Another exciting development that we've had within 2022 is we've created a center of excellence in the Singapore region. And what that means is we've identified that a lot of enterprise customers do not know how to activate their digitalization strategy. So what we've put together is a team of specialists, okay, that will work with the corporates to understand what is that compelling need. What is keeping the CEO, the CTO, what's keeping them awake at night? Understanding those compelling needs, developing a use case against it, and linking up a technology solution to solve it. And what we do is we go from use case to rapid time to value, and once we've solved that compelling need, reduced the risk, given them an efficiency or created a market differentiator that generates new revenue, we then obviously have proven to them that we know how to help them solve their pain point through the application of technology. What's exciting about this is on the back of that engagement, once we've done our thing as Huawei, as the specialists that have been doing technology and have the blueprints, we then wedge in the Spark program and the people that are part of the Spark Accelerator ecosystem. And we create this sandbox environment where we flesh out the other use cases that exist with either the enterprise customer or within their value chain, so that we can then overlay the startup ecosystem to have an opportunity to engage in the sandbox environment with that enterprise customer. If any one of you have ever tried to engage as a startup with an enterprise entity, it's notoriously difficult, there's a lot of risk, and we help make sure that you have a good chance of success through the blueprints that we've established. So I just want to quickly swing across to some of the exciting Web3 startups that we're busy engaging with. And it's really, I think one of the benefits of working in this space is having our fingers on the pulse for all the latest and greatest tech. One of the first startups from our cohort is a company called Sentient. Okay, and what they've developed is a platform that has modular AI capabilities. I think a lot of you, if not all of you, are aware in the room, AI is quite a big buzzword at the moment. There's a lot of like OpenAI, ChatGPT. I don't know if you've played with it, but it's quite revolutionary. And we've seen more and more AI innovations entering the market. What's nice about Sentient is they've created a platform where in a modular fashion, you are able to cherry pick a relevant AI solution and embed it into your technology stack, or you can take a permutation of different AI solutions, blend it together and create something completely new that the market hasn't seen. An example of another AI solution is quite a young startup that's in our incubator, and I've been mentoring and working with the guys. Coming into the incubator, LinAI had a business process outsourcing solution for AI projects, meaning they receive an AI project and then they will do all the heavy lifting and push it back to get that relevant solution within a high degree of accuracy, pass it back to the customer. Extremely difficult to innovate, so they're not the ones creating the AI project. They also behest to market conditions from a competitor perspective. So we said, guys, you need to create something different. You need to be able to catalyze an AI project or create a differentiator. Over the last 3 weeks, these Hit Squad, this amazing team of entrepreneurs, have developed this solution that's in front of you today. And what they've done is they've come up with an AI solution that allows you to take any brand, okay, and put it through an AI engine, take any influencer and put it through an AI engine, and on the back of text to visual, you can couple the two. So if you think about that, this is an example of the rock. I'm sure everyone's familiar with the guy. And initially, the AI engine was creating very funny permutations of the rock. And this is the latest output that the guys have been training and trying to refine. You can see that for some reason the AI thinks he's a lot bigger than real life. So at least maybe he doesn't need to hit the juice or the gym as much. But it's not 100% perfect. But the principle being that imagine you could take as a brand the rock and position him with your product without him ever having to act or to do any heavy lifting of any sort. And you can have a smart contract that enables all of that within a certain guideline. And the principle being that you can promote non-wearable products, wearable products, whatever you can think of. So that's what these guys have developed in 3 weeks. Pretty cool. Another interesting startup is a company and a brand called Evolve. And what these guys have done is they become your digital twin specialists. So on the bottom left, you can see a video playing of a Levi's store. They've gone in, they've done a 3D rendering, okay? And then on the back of that, enabling you to augment an experience into that store without physically going there. Fundamentally changing the game when it comes to commerce. And that could be applied to any environment. It could be applied to a factory environment, a smart building environment, where you couple that with IoT, and you can engage with those environments. They've also, which is quite exciting, and I spent yesterday with some high-profile people busy testing this out, created the ability to create a digital twin of yourself. I like to call it a digital doppelganger. And by doing that, you are able to embed that version of yourself again into any AR, VR situation. You can augment it into a studio, into the metaverse, into a game. Again, once they synthesize your voice, your actions, your facial expressions, you don't have to act. So they could put you in a movie or an advert without you ever having to act. Fundamentally disrupting entire industries. So think the same principle like they're doing it in movies like The Matrix. This is where we're going. Another exciting brand is a brand called Signal. So what they've done is they're bridging the gap between real-world luxury assets, okay, and Web3. And they call it phygital NFTs. This is pretty cool. So think of creating a railway between luxury products, okay, into the digital realm. So as you can imagine, with luxury products, there's big challenges around counterfeiting, your cost of high import duties, illiquidity. They've solved it on the back of NFTs, and they've created a solution that allows you to create a digital fingerprint and mint that luxury good into an NFT, okay? Once you've done that, you can move that NFT around, whether it's for trading. So imagine you could buy 12 Rolex watches as an investment. You don't have to let that product leave the store. You can leave it, so you never have to pay for duties. On the back of it, you can trade that product and make a margin on it. You can hold on to the product. You can take that product, okay, and you can do a DeFi loan against it. Interesting. You could also take the product and take it with you into the metaverse, agnostically. Just think about how that's changing the game for brands and products. One of the other spaces that I really enjoy by being exposed to so many exciting technologies is where you can start cross-pollinating technology and IP between startups. Collaboration is key in this space. If you really want to win, you want to find key partnerships, key stakeholders. What we make easy for you within the Spark program is the ability to leverage other startups' benefits in the form of credits or IP, where you can couple cybersecurity with IoT, for example. It's limitless. It's whatever you can think of, and if you start applying your Web3 mind and thinking, you can create complete new innovations and disruptors for the market within the ecosystem. So where are we going with this? As Spark, as Huawei, we believe you are the architects of the future, okay? And we want to empower you with an ecosystem, with the technology stacks to basically drive innovation. We have one cloud with two ecosystems, okay? You've got the Dev Cloud solution of HMS Core. Dev Cloud, think of it as an ecosystem that stitches together all of the disparate technologies or platforms or services you typically use as a dev person, puts it all nicely in one place so that you can manage it seamlessly, and you can create projects with complete transparencies, no Frankenstacks, no islands of digitization. HMS Core, for those of you that don't know, Huawei's tech is wide and it's deep. Most of you might think it's just a phone, maybe you're aware of the wearables. But if you look at smart ports, smart buildings, smart air freight, okay, any vertical you can think of, Huawei has innovated from the ground all the way to, so from the edge, the physical environment, to the connectivity layer, to the cloud layer. As a dev person, you can, through single SDKs, integrate into all of those technologies, create a product, and have this seamless golden thread that stitches it all together. What does that give you access to? Over 700 million Huawei devices. Within 72 hours, you can, from scratch, create a product, pull the trigger, launch it on the App Store. Rapid time to innovation, rapid time to value. We will build you up so that you can do what you need to do. We will support you with go-to-market, commercialization, as well as fundraising. I'd like to thank you for your time, and if you'd like to speak to me after the event, I'll be available. Thank you.
Alright, thanks so much for that, Ben's amazing presentation. We'll now be inviting Dr. Yu Jianing, Chairman of the Metaverse Professional Committee at the Asia Blockchain Industry Institute, to share with us his insights on the future of digital assets as we move into 2023. Dr. Yu Jianing, who many have praised as a leader of blockchain thinking, has led various educational courses on blockchain tech and has also been invited to teach at top universities such as Peking University and Tsinghua University. Dr. Yu Jianing, please.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Thank you all for coming to attend the meeting very near the Christmas holiday. And I think my content was to pay about 30 minutes attention to have an outlook about the trends of next year. First, let me introduce myself. I am in the past, I'm the president of Kobe University. I focus on the blockchain education for almost 5 years. And I also established the first blockchain association and the first Metaverse association in China. And my book, Metaverse, has translated into several languages and sold out around the world. And obviously, the year 2022 is a really miserable year. Almost everyone loses money. Compared with the beginning of this year, everyone's net assets misread. But everyone loses money because of different reasons. I have summarized some words about this year and give these words to the AI, and the AI gave me a picture of the background. Appear here, and the federal reservation rise the rate continuously, and there's so many things, just like the Luna Reals, FTX fall down one by one. But let's look at some of the reasons behind. Just like everyone know that the federal rate rise continuously, and the money supply in America shrinked, and almost every asset shrinked, the value shrinked, and the crypto market, the total value of the crypto assets lose money surprisingly $1.44 trillion, almost 70% of compared with the highest price. And just quite similar to the history, when the bull market turned to bear market, there are always some very famous exchange or other institutions, DeFi institution, crashed. And for the first cycle, everyone know that the Mt. The biggest crypto Bitcoin exchange in that time was said that they were stolen so many Bitcoins by hacks, and they failed bankruptcy. And the same story, very similar story, happened in that cycle, just in the year of 2018. There's another very famous crypto exchange called Fcoin, because they start to model that trading is mining, and everyone can get FT after you trade on the exchange. It's quite similar to FTP, just one T less. And but this model is not to do this, and the price of T fell down very suddenly, and this exchange disappeared after crash down, quite similar to the FTX. And a lot of people lose money at that time. I have known a lot of people lose money because of the Fcoin. So, but fortunately, they because of this experience, they miss the loss of the FTX. And in this cycle, from 2020, obviously there's so many new institutions rise very suddenly, just like FTX and other BlockFi services, routers, and so on. But as a matter of fact, even though you think the Wall Street capital stand behind of them, and they are too big to fall, but as a matter of fact, it's a real mess inside of this institution. And the story we all know, and we can find out that even though the Wall Street cannot bring the internal bull market, people discuss the internal bull market maybe just last year. A lot of people believe it, but as for me, I believe that only cycle is eternal. No bull market no bear market will be eternal. And we have found out the crypto is a kind of the real kind of some tools for helping the real business, real economy. Instead of, it's not a kind of only the financial innovation, financial speculation tool or arbitration tool. So people have to focus on the technical innovation instead of only the financial innovation. And obviously, because so many crash of the CeFi institutions, the DeFi rise, after the crash of Macros, people start to find out whether we can run a DEX to help people treat and preserve their money. The first one is always a DEX and either DEX. I think people know about that. And just after after the fallout of so many exchange in last cycle in 2018, people found out that okay, DEX is useful, even though it's hard to use at that time, but it's useful, it's important. So the Uniswap, the AMM model was become very popular, and we know the DeFi summer, liquid mining, and the DEX. But this year, even though there's so many crash of the CeFi institutions, but the loss in DeFi was surprisingly so high. Just for the Q1 to Q3, almost 2,700 million US dollar was hacked, was stolen by hack. So I think it's important that even decentralized is important, but it also requires legal regulation. Even though we see, okay, the money was stolen by the hacks, but all we know that some of money, some of asset was stolen by the runner, and they are hacked. But nowadays, even though everyone know that some SPF has already gone to American, and even though we won't know how long he has to stay in the prison, but there's at least legal regulation. But for people losing money because of the hack in tax, they cannot even most of the police officers do not accept their case. So we think if the DeFi needs to continue to develop, the decentralized also requires the legal regulation. And for the NFT market, it's really bad. Even though it's quite popular in the beginning of this year and in the middle of this year, especially May, but if we use the USDT as the base of the market, as the capital market, as the value of market, we will find out at the end of this year, the value is quite similar to the beginning of this year. So there's nothing changed in the whole year. Even though so many traditional brands, just like Nike, Adidas, and even former President Trump, they launched their NFT and it's popular, but as we see, they didn't bring much new users and new capitals to this market, and that it's just like they get a lot of money from the crypto field. But I think this trend will be continuous in the next year because the NFT is certain to be that it's very good business tool for marketing and repeat the leadership of the community. And for GameFi, the most impressive GameFi is Devon, and even though it's the value of GMT once rise over $2 billion US, surprisingly, but obviously dropped down very soon. And the user rise very fast and drop down very rapidly. So everyone are wondering that whether there will be some GameFi could last for a long time, not just like only sudden fleeting appearance. It will be. We should think about that. So we have to understand that popularity doesn't mean value. Only the bubble maker knows when the game will be over. So we have to build our common sense. Just like we should not be fooled by the people who create some bubble for us, because bubble only costs them very little money. So one sentence for the whole year is that for the whole year we have to understand that we should embrace the change and ride the waves. Just like in the past year, everyone know that there won't be much opportunity. We should stay still instead of trying too much things, and we should be the friend of trend. But nowadays, I think it's a very, very important opportunity for every one of us. Just like, I think people here believe there will be the next bull market, maybe in the 2024 or 2025, it could be possible. But as for me, I think the kind of the leading project in the next cycle is appear nowadays. Maybe it could be a layer 2 project, it could be a kind of the NFT market, it could be a kind of the layer 1 public chain. If possible, so let's move to the outlooks for the next year. I think the main idea for me is the Wall Street differentness in crypto is over, and there's more opportunity in Asia. Just like we found out in the past cycle, Chinese people in Asia is not some people very important in this area, but game is changed. And Web3 has to be returned to technology value innovation instead of only with financial innovation. And we should explore more about the possibility of security breakthroughs and the technology innovations. And first, people are discussing about the macro economy for the next year, but some people are talking about they believe it's quite possible that the central bank will not pay much attention in inflation, but they will pay much attention in the economic growth. But people have different views. But we have to understand that the price of the crypto and the other assets is always related to the money supply. So we should pay much attention to the monetary policy all over the world. Just like the BTC price changes is highly correlated to the global M2 supply. And the crypto market currently is just like a very small pool. And if there's some water, just like some money issued by the central bank, the water level will rise very fast. So we should pay attention to this, and we should pay attention more about the market cap ranking of this project. That means much more than the ranking. And this is the digital assets clock, which is varied by the million clock. Just like we have experienced the recovery period, the overheat period. Maybe nowadays we are still in the kind of this stagflation period. But one thing is quite certain that the most important innovation will be happen in the reflation period. So even though the market is really cool, it's winter, but we should pay much attention to some impressive innovation, because each of these projects could be the leading project in the next cycle. It's quite possible. And let's say something about DeFi. Because of the crash of some DeFi institutions, the opportunity for DeFi is quite certain, I think. It's a kind of the deterministic opportunities. And compared with the CeFi, the SEX, nowadays people can exchange raw crypto, spot trading very easily using Uniswap and other similar exchange. But if you want to trade some contracts or options, it will be hard. So I think the opportunity for the deterministic DeFi is a really good opportunities. And the real world assets. If the crypto is only something, it's nothing to do with the real world, it will be a problem. And as we see nowadays, more and more people are quite interested in the tokenization. I think it's a good trend. And for the decentralized derivative trading protocol, they're like, but I think we should study about us, UIDX, GNX, perpetual protocol, and so on. Not the investment device, not the investment device. And the trend for the NFT, first we should understand that NFT will be continued as the important tool for the large companies to brand marketing and reshape the customer relationship. And NFT is a very good way that the KOL and the star to establish their fun community instead of just fun market. And the innovation to address the NFT liquidity and the price discovery will be very important part for this market. And NFT aggregator will be that'll be a very important part. I see some real case. Just like nowadays, even though in such a bear market, the crypto entrepreneur they do nothing at all, but the big company just like Nike, the Starbucks and Trump, they do a lot of things. And I think everyone can get to that. And some project just like DeFi, Panadol for the NFT lending, and the NFT liquidity pool, and some project just like the Frog Nation protocol just like that. Yeah, well, we should pay much attention. Because of time limitation, I have to skip it very fast. And for GameFi, I think I insist my opinion that next year may be the year of GameFi. And even though I don't like the word GameFi, I would like to call it like the Web3 game, but people call it GameFi, so I use it also this term. I think in short term, the GameFi will continue the model of X2, X1, just like the return motor model. But obviously, this kind of project could not last for a long time. The stability of the economic is very important, and we should pay much attention to the kind of the scams and Ponzi project who call themselves the GameFi. And the GameFi Gigafactory worth we pay attention, because even though we know each of the GameFi project cannot last for a long time, but the factory could be some good investment project. And in the future, I think the lifestyle in the Web3 era should be the kind of the live and play and earn. I think it's the final model for the kind of Web3 game, but it's really hard to achieve in next year. Just like I have just be back from Hong Kong. In Hong Kong, the the Animoca brands. It's really very impressive that in the past it's just a very small game company, and but nowadays it's become the king of the GameFi field. And the Trader DAO, based on Loot, they have launched several small games. Even though we cannot see any game could be the winner of the next year or the something very important, but I think Trader DAO and something like that is worth let's pay much attention. Okay. Okay, thank you. And I think even though a lot of people lose money because of 7, but I think it's a good start. Each indicate that the GameFi Web3 game is not only something about the game, it's something about the life. I think in the future, everything could be a game. Just like in the metaverse, people can live very freely, and people without the physical constraint, people can reach their goal very easily, just like playing game, and people can create something valuable. They can earn some money, so that'll be very important lifestyle in the future. So I would like to pay much attention to GameFi. Maybe there will be something just reach this holy good. And SocialFi, even though in the past I didn't believe that there will be some competitive in the SocialFi because there are too less people in this area. But just like nowadays, the Twitter, the Instagram are trying to cater to some NFT functions, and maybe some Web 2.5 module. It probably possible. So we should pay much attention to that. Just like the Elon Musk, even though he quite busy solving all kinds of problems, but he's still trying to introduce some crypto-related function to the Twitter and the Instagram, because it's some side of the Meta. They won't pay much more attention to much things with the NFT. Maybe people you can just read the okay. And next area is the kind of the middleware. I think the most important part of middleware is the digital entity. Just like nowadays, a lot of companies are competing in the wallet field. Just like in the future, I think the gate of this area, Web3, would not be the centralized exchange. It should be the wallet. And using wallet, you have to get ID, which is domain name, and all your act will be changed into a Sobal token. So I think this area is important, and I have to move very fastly, and maybe we should pay more attention to the kind of the MPC wallets, smart contract wallet. Namely, the company there will be very important in the future cycle. And the infrastructure, Web3, maybe obviously people should pay much attention to this area. There too, the high performance layer 1 public chain, the DAPP chain, all of these worth our attention. And let's skip this one. Okay, to summarize that, even though it's a winter, it's a bear market, but we should believe that it is a start of the golden decade for the Web3. And maybe nowadays is the best opportunity to for everyone to seize the future fortune in this area. So let's pay much attention to Web3 and disrupt or obedient for this. Okay, thank you all. Thank you.
Alright, thanks so much for that amazing speech, Dr. Yu Jianing. Our next speaker is Neil Han, the founder and CEO at Radio.com and was APAC GM at PingCap and third employee of Twilio APAC. Now backed by Tiger Club Fund, Arena Holdings and Paradigm, Radio is a technology company that builds blockchain infrastructure to help developers adopt blockchain technology with world-class, easy-to-use Layer 2 ZK rollup agnostic APIs to build cross-platform applications with low gas fees and high scalability. It is my pleasure to invite Neil up on stage to share a few words. Neil, please.
Thank you so much for everyone staying a little bit late with me for this session. And I actually was pulled into this speech for only 2 days ago. I was planning some holiday, actually. I believe those people are not here, or the speaker actually skipped this session, are planning their holidays nowadays. People may know me, I don't really like to, is the presentation ready? Yeah, if people know me, I personally hate to repeat the things I talk about. And when I know I have a speech event today, I really put my thought into this deck to really summarize what's happening for Layer 2 ecosystems in the year of 2022, and also looking beyond what the Layer 2 going to happen in the next year and for future. Of course, I believe some speakers today, even Dr. Yu, mentioning something about Layer 2. And I'll talk about it and also give you guys a little bit understanding on the ecosystems itself, what's happening, and also talk about the current issues for Layer. Yeah, it's all good. For Layer 2, and also how Random can help, right? So this is an interesting chart. Actually, this chart was just pulled off this week, launched by Lomberger of Pennies. This is a very interesting chart due to, even though it's a bear market, but the transactions has been happening in Asia. We are not talking nonsense, this is data. I like to show data, I'm not liking to talk nonsense. And what does that mean? It means it's still active in this market. It means the shift, the paradigm shift happening. But when this is happening, are we ready for this amount of populations? My answer is ready, but not fully, right? But at the same time, look at the trading volume and the value locked on the blockchains, right? So I always believe the leading one who has been building a good ecosystem with a good technology foundations and community driven is the blockchain has been leading the chart, which, I mean, look at this, right? Still Ethereum network, and look at this NFT trading for the leading NFT market. Where's the pointer? Okay, cool. It's still Ethereum, a major NFT marketplace. The data is coming from end of September this year. But what's the issue for Layer 1 on Ethereum? It's scaling, right? Because it's still running 30 transactions per second with a little bit expensive gas fee. When there's a popular protocol happening, the gas fee is still expensive. How can you scale, right? The industry has been working on this to prepare a larger population coming into Web3 in the past many years. There are many choices, but due to, I still believe Ethereum, and we talk about more on Layer 2. That's where we focus on the two major actually scaling solutions. which is optimistic wrap and also ZK wrap. There are pros and cons for each solution right now. Look at the first one, the throughput, right? And no matter how hard optimistic wrap gonna be, the bottleneck is 500 transactions per second. It's nothing really ready for Indian market, Indonesian market at all, right? But look at ZK wrap. It's supporting 2000 TPS. Actually, right now we have a solution. You can really go up to like 10,000 TPS. And the withdrawal rate is a killer for optimistic wrap because, I mean, how can you imagine you put a fund there and your banker tell you, please wait for 1 to 2 weeks, you get your fund. It's impossible to apply to applications in Web3, right? And look at the privacy. It's not really like privacy-driven for optimistic wrap due to it's not mathematical approval. It's actually just based on the trust. Nowadays, I don't know how much trust you have on the blockchain, but I believe ZK wrap is the answer where the algorithm, the mathematics can do the trust for you, right? But definitely right now, when you look at the value locked on layer 2, the most one has is actually optimism. I think we've locked about $1 billion right now on layer 2, the most value locked on layer 2. It's really because they took the opportunity right now, which we have, which is the EVM compatibility, which means you can move every EVM or Solidity smart contract from Ethereum network to layer 2 optimistic wrap. At the same time, because it's not mathematical proof, the computation cost is low, right? And also, as you can see, the transaction validation is actually a con for optimistic wrap. Is actually there's one honest validator every time required when you do the validation, right? But the cons for ZK wrap, is it really con? Look at this EVM compatibility. I'll talk more about why this is not a roadblock. And the second one is the layer 2 computation cost, which is high. But you know, we all go through how the internet grew, how the computation has been improved. And I even know a lot of manufacturers, they start to look into the hardware acceleration now. Can you imagine that, right? But the leading one for today, with the focus we're going to talk about is 3 major ZK wrap, which is the ZK Sync, StarkNet, and upcoming one, which is Scroll, right? What's the difference of them, right? Look at this one. I don't want to go into the technical detail because I know there are not so many technical audience here. But the more worm blocks there are, the more compatible they are with EVM, which means you have a less aggregation pinpoint and much easier to adopt in theory. But is it really the truth? Like, why in the first day Ethereum come up with Solidity? Why don't they use Python, PHP, and all that? It's coming back to the technical foundation because it doesn't make sense, right? The opcode, you can't really use PHP and Java to achieve the best performance from Ethereum network. That's where I believe on layer 2, you shouldn't do EVM compatible in the first place. I have some reason for that. It's very small for the character, sorry for that. But in essence, right, it tells you the more compatible you are with Ethereum, the less performance you are. And how can you achieve it? That's why from day one, Scroll is thinking about how do I do hardware acceleration. But for those who really put into the thought into the scaling and performance, they actually have a best performance, right? And go back to this chart. You already know the answer, who will have the best answer in the future, right? But right now, we talk about this major, Polygon is another one. I won't talk too much about this one, even though they acquired 2 ZK wrap company to do this. I don't believe acquisition can solve this issue because internally, I've gone through this kind of process before. We have a tough time to do it, to integrate a new company to ask the BD to sell you a new product which is not working well yet, right? So that's why I talk less about that. But these three companies is very interesting. Starknet currently have about 120 people. I know them very well because they are our partners. ZK-Sync, when I know them, we have about 50 people. They done a large fundraising recently, which is some indicators for you guys to think about when it comes to next year. And Scroll, right? It's another very interesting one. We are the most EVM compatible layer 2. We have 40 people right now. I even have my ex-colleague working in this company. That's why I know all these companies in and out, guys. But all these are, Starknet is the one already on mainnet for 3 months. ZK-Sync 1 month. Scroll is only on testnet. And all these are going through the performance optimization right now. Does that mean there's no way to solve this trilemma or there's no solution at all? Actually, the answer is no. Because when you look at the current trend on how startups are adopting the new technology and which kind of developers, entrepreneurs are coming into space, it is actually the Web2, the talented Web2 developers coming to this space. What they care? They care more about user experience. They care more about how to really come back to the essence of business, grow the business, making sure the experience is good. That's where the performance and decentralization is actually the most one they consider, right? Whether computability is something they care about. I mean, based on my experience to working in the industry, I even know some company working on that. They give you a pure API and also give you a smart contract for developer to choose. 95% of developers choose to use API. They don't care too much about composability, right? Because end of the day, that's the end user experience care the most important thing, right? So that's where when we come to this space and looking for a solution on behalf of my customers, I really focus on the performance and decentralization. And my best answer for you guys now is StarX. It's already approved technology. They run like this amount of tradings in the past few years. Just now talk you share you about DYDX. They actually performing very well right now in the market. And the underneath technology is StarX. And they have been minting like 66 million NFTs in the data of March this year. And now it's actually, I think, many more. If you scan the QR code, you can know the real-time information, right? And Radu is actually beyond the technology on top of that, because our customer is not a customer, write a white paper and launch an IDO. Our customer is the one from Web 2 coming to Web 3, and we care about the stableness, reliability, and the performance, right? Well, that's where, I mean, just a little bit background how StarX working. We basically aggregate thousands of transactions like NFT minting, token minting on layer 2. And they use mathematical proof called zero knowledge proof to actually generate proof, to generate a Merkle tree, something like that. Every time the state of the transaction change, the proof change. And in order to verify all the state change is valid, they actually have something on layer 1, which is on Ethereum network, to validate this is a valid transaction, right? By doing that, that's why they are able to achieve instant withdrawal from layer 2. And it's a fully decentralized solution. The performance is 10,000 transactions per second. You can do this with their StarX and Radius API on NFT and also ERC20. So look at this chart. I'm not really telling it from nonsense. During I don't know why it's happening, but in April, we are able to handle I believe there's 4 million transactions on that day, much larger than Ethereum. Why? Because on layer 2, you can really do many more compared to just some smart contract to a basic data. You don't need to worry about performance on layer 2 because, or those developers really care about the performance on layer 1. That's where they have to put a centralized solution. Even for step N, they actually keep all the data in their central service. You don't know the internal transactions of your trading and token. You don't own those assets. But for layer 2, you own those assets. That's where all the transactions happening in real time, and you can withdraw the asset anytime. It's not like some centralized service or SEX. You don't own any assets of yourself, right? But just now come back to the question, does solidity is really an important factor? Does EVM is really something important? I don't believe so, to be honest. Look at the developer. Well, this data is a little bit obsolete. Now I think it's about 60,000 developers globally using Solidity to program. But compared to other developers, it's tiny. And that's where, when you come to the main trend of Web3, where you believe next trend is the Web2 coming to Web3, same thing happening for Web2 developers, right? How the developer will consume or build something on top. It's actually the language that they are familiar with, Java, Python, JavaScript, and all those, right? That's why we built Reddit. It's API, set of APIs based on top of StarX for now, where you build your own apps with the token and NFTs in 5 minutes time. There's no like learning curve for Solidity, no learning curve for Cairo, for StackNet. It will just work. That means you can go to market very fast. You don't need to worry about the infrastructure for layer 2 or layer 1. You may know the term, but underneath, we are the ones handling for you guys, right? And it's fully secure and assured access, as I explained how the whole thing works. We don't put any access on behalf of you guys. And it's highly scalable, right? 10,000 TPS. What does the 10,000 TPS mean? The global payment network like Visa and Master, the TPS is roughly about 20,000 TPS. To me, it's enough, more than enough for now, for this market. At the same time, Ethereum Foundation already confirmed they're going to do a danshaking a year later, which means the performance on Ethereum were at least 100 times more than this, which means the transaction we can handle is 100 times of 10,000 TPS. You can do anything you want on layer 2, right? And because the way they bundle all the transactions together is really the best way to reduce the cost, that's where we are able to give you 0 gas fee. I mean, we are not compensating for gas, it's just 0 gas fee because it's just so cheap on the layer 2. And as I mentioned, you don't need to write any smart contract. At the same time, I know this is a bear market, a lot of startups coming to us like Neo. It seems you guys are building an ecosystem. Do you give us grant? This is something actually a legacy from the the bull market, where all the layer 1 blockchain trying to give developer grant to attract them. As I mentioned, this is not healthy at all. But we know the pain of developers and startups. That's where we build our own ecosystem, where we have a network of VCs, like MC Ventures is also one of the VCs, and also our network of go-to-market agencies will they help you go to market because they are the one in the best for that too. And we have also developed a lot of workshop, meetup, and mentorship to help the startups really scale their business. Oh, where's the next slide? It's not working. Okay. Can you just press next? It's frozen. But anyway, the next slide is talking about the architecture of radio, since I already talked about it. These all things are just basically make the developer experience easier to adopt our technical stack. The developer are using our API for many things, including even some company want to build a DYDX with us. And when I'm talking to so many startups, what I see the trend is the token and NFT are really just utility. They are not really meant for listed on the centralized exchange to earn money. The whole thing is changed. And the trading token NFT is actually in the app, not in the crypto exchange, because that's the best places for your users to trade the token as a credit or as a utility token. That's where we build spot trading. You can use our API to do a decentralized spot trading with just our APIs. And similar to the NFTs, right? You can build your own NFT marketplace with our API. We can open source the NFT marketplace for you guys, which means you can build an NFT marketplace in the game with few days time. And yeah, that's our team. Our team actually has been the team building the best, literally it's the best, Chaos Match is the best, one of the best chaos engineering tool, open source tools, and also TIDB. To bring this Web3 space, hopefully we are able to bring the best technology to you guys. I always say like this time is the best time to start your own startup if you have some dream. Why? Because when I joined Twilio, they see the growth of share economics from 2008. That's where, because everything is fresh, it's even worse than now. That's where you need a new economic model, right? Which at that time was sharing economics to change the game. And right now I see that for Web3, right? But not the crypto as crypto, but Web3, right? Zoom into it, build your things like you think is really working, and scan QR code. We have many more such events were coming up, like in March. We are launching a creator hackathon in Singapore. We will have 5 creators from different industries like gaming, indie gaming studios, indie musicians. They come to the hackathon, tell the developers, that's my problem in this current economics. I want to solve it, right? The developers, 50 developers will sit in the house and solve their issues with whatever they think is worthwhile, no matter it's Web3 or crypto, we don't care. Then we do our presentation. That's really come back to Web2, the essence of a hackathon, right? And we are actually also launching a program with Bitcoin in April, where we will do a global hackathon with the same methodology, because I believe that's something really working, not the page, not the demo day, not the white paper anymore, right? With that, right, if you are interested to sign up with our APIs, come to radio.com, and I cannot really wait to see what you build with our APIs. With that, thank you so much. By the way, I do bring 2 t-shirts here. I didn't bring 2 more. If you are interested, come to talk to me.
All right, thanks so much for that amazing speech, Neil. Our next speaker has been part of the Ethereum and DeFi scenes way back in 2017 and currently serves as the head of strategy for DAO and KNC tokenomics at Kyber Network, an industry-leading blockchain project that builds software that enables the seamless exchange of digital assets. The flagship product, Kyber Swap, is a decentralized exchange aggregator and liquidity platform that operates on 14 different blockchain networks with over $12 billion in transactions facilitated to date. It gives me great pleasure to invite Shane Hong, who will be sharing with us more about decentralized exchanges and the future of crypto trading. Shane, please.
Hi, while we set up the technical aspects. Oh yeah, it works now. So, hi everyone, my name is Shane, I'm from Kyber Swap. Like you mentioned earlier, we are a decentralized exchange aggregator that helps users trade at the best rates using a non-custodial and more secure method. I would like to thank Coinlive for inviting us here today to just share some of our thoughts about the DeFi and decentralized exchange space in general. And hopefully we can bounce off ideas and we can learn a thing or two from each other. So today the topic is going to be about decentralized exchanges, versus centralized exchanges. and what are the common ways that people trade crypto, and how in the future they're going to look at more alternative methods of trading that could be more secure, could be more convenient compared to what we have today. I'm sure many of you have already heard about the implosion at FTX and the contagion effect that that impacted a lot of third-party applications that are either directly or indirectly related to FTX. I was personally affected. So for those of you who are Singaporean guys, we have mandatory reservist army training every year. And when FTX happened, just nice, that timing was the worst timing possible for me, because I was like in the jungle. I had to wait until my break before I could use my phone with poor reception to try and withdraw my funds. Thankfully, I don't have significant exposure, but it's still very painful, that feeling of not being able to withdraw your funds from a centralized platform, and seeing withdrawals pending, and seeing all the news about and rumors that are circulating about a lot of users facing the same problem. That's not a feeling that I want to anyone to experience, right? And it's imperative for us to understand that although FTX, right, allows anyone to trade cryptocurrencies, the fundamental system that is using to facilitate trades isn't like blockchain technology or using the blockchain to execute smart contracts to facilitate trades. FTX is still fundamentally a centralized platform. It's just that the assets that are allowing you to trade are cryptocurrencies. So just like any other traditional centralized financial application, be it for trading, for lending or borrowing, for fundraising, insurance payments, whatever, there is an intermediary whenever you deposit your funds with them for them to control, and then to use for whatever application. So they have the ability to control it, to if there's not enough disclosure or due diligence or oversight, they might manipulate how they use the funds, as you've seen in a few cases in the news recently. So the main disadvantages, right, and the risks for using a centralized platform, and for those of you in the space for many years who would know already by now, that it's firstly it's it's custodial, right? So they hold your funds, they control your funds. A lot of data is opaque, operations are opaque, and you might not, the data that they present to you might not be accurate, right? It might be just data that is massaged, right, by them and presented in a way that's positive for regulators or for users. So given that there are so many different disadvantages, right, for using a centralized platform, how then do we actually remove the intermediary? So the whole Web3 space is actually underpinned by the solution already, right, which is a decentralized network, aka something like a blockchain. And what we want to do, at least on KaibaSwap, and how we are trying to contribute to the space, and how other decentralized exchanges and DeFi platforms are trying to contribute to the space, is to build financial applications on top of a decentralized network, like a blockchain, so that there's greater transparency and allowing users to take more control of their assets. I'm going to skip this part. I think many of you guys know already, right, how a blockchain decentralized network works. The ability to just validate data across so many different nodes, computers around the world, and allowing people access to it is very, very powerful, given that it's much more permissionless and open, and you don't need to depend on one centralized intermediary to facilitate your trades or other kind of transactions. The fact that there are smart contracts introduced on Ethereum and other blockchains, there are so many different blockchains right now in the space already, allows developers to create endless varieties of decentralized applications to fit different use cases. So if any of you guys are developers from the traditional Web2 space, then the Web3 space is going to be like really a playground for you, because you are able to code and program use cases that might not be possible, right, in Web 2. So just as a comparison to centralized platforms, for a decentralized network like a blockchain and decentralized applications that are built on top of the blockchain, there are many benefits, right? The key benefit is that you're cutting out the intermediary in terms of how data is verified and accessible to other people. And you are also controlling your own funds. So it's non-custodial in the sense that you do not need to deposit your funds with a centralized system where you're literally like giving up control and trusting that they will act in your best interests. You get to connect to the blockchain wherever you are, as long as you have a computer and internet connection. And this birthed, right, the whole ecosystem we know today as decentralized finance. Right? In my opinion, it's an open financial system where, built on top of decentralized network where anyone can, access and take control and ownership of their own assets. The Ethereum ecosystem, just Ethereum alone, right, for the Ethereum blockchain, is already very big and it's growing. And there are already many other blockchains with a growing ecosystem of applications built on top of it using blockchain technology. And of course, there are thousands of different tokens and NFTs that represent some form of value. There are many use cases, whether for fundraising, for trading, financial aspects, gaming aspects, art, NFTs, which is a big rage in Singapore here already. So how then, is there a better way, right, for us to actually trade these different types of cryptocurrencies apart from using a centralized platform? So there is, right? There is what we call a decentralized exchange, a platform which is using blockchain technology and smart contracts to facilitate the trades without centralized systems. It's non-custodial, so you do not need to deposit your funds with them. You just keep your funds in your blockchain wallet, and when you make the trade either is facilitated, it goes through, or the funds remain in your wallet. Right? And all you need is that wallet, public address, and your own private key that no one else knows, and you get access to a trading service like this. And another point that is very different from centralized trading, trading stocks, right? So before I got into crypto, I was also investing and trading in stocks. And 5 years ago, when I first got into crypto and DeFi, I was really amazed that I'm able to actually trade and invest 24/7 and 365 days a year, because it's built on the blockchain, using decentralized exchanges that are built on the blockchain technology. Given these benefits, you might think that the adoption for decentralized platforms or exchanges are very high already, right? But for DeFi, it has been growing tremendously up to last year until, of course, the recent bear market and the different bearish news recently. But for decentralized exchanges, I expected the growth over the 5 years to be much larger, right? But unfortunately, it's still a fraction of centralized exchanges. It's, when I last checked, it's about 10%, right? Based on CoinGecko and DeFi and the block research data. So what are some of the problems that decentralized exchanges face that we can try to overcome to make it easier for users to trade and with a better experience for them, right? So one of the problems is that liquidity on decentralized exchanges on the blockchain is fragmented, and what I mean by that is that each of these different platforms or decentralized exchanges, they hold different tokens, they hold different amounts of tokens, and they have different mechanisms to facilitate trades. So liquidity, the price, and the slippage on these different platforms are all different. And the token variety on these different platforms are also different. So by working in silos, what it would mean for users is that they will need to go to multiple websites to compare rates. They will need to go to multiple websites when they want to trade different tokens or in large quantities. And just like when you guys want to go, on a holiday and compare airplane ticket prices, you might go to a website like Skyscanner to compare rates. Similarly, what KyberSwap and our team is trying to do is that we want to aggregate all these different isolated, siloed, decentralized exchanges and platforms, and aggregate all the liquidity and tokens that are available on them into an API, as well as UI and platform for users to easily trade these tokens at the best prices with the best trade execution. So we are built, on top. We started out on an Ethereum blockchain. We are now on 14 different chains already. But in essence, our primary, value proposition remains the same. We want users to trade at the best price with the best trade execution, gaining access to all the liquidity in a wide variety of DEXs and other liquidity sources available on the blockchain. And this allows them to trade, just coming to our UI, a single platform, to trade with ease. And at the same time, we are also providing volume to all these different DEXs that we are integrating. Users are also able to come to our platform to be a liquidity provider themselves onto our own native pools so that they can earn fees. So as a contrast to using a centralized platform like FTX to trade, trading on Kyber is non-custodial because we are a decentralized application built on top of the blockchains that we're deployed on. We are also very committed to security. We are audited by Chain Security, a very well-known audit company. And our code is open source, so there's a sense of transparency for other community reviewers or white hackers to review our code and even approach us for bug bounties if they find any vulnerabilities. And we have facilitated over $12 billion in transactions in the past 5 years. We raised funding in 2017, and since then, our core purpose is really to provide a very good trading experience with the best trade prices, with deeper liquidity for users, as well as for applications that integrate our aggregator API. So how else can we onboard more users, to decentralized exchanges or DeFi platforms instead of turning them away from centralized platforms? So I'm not, saying that centralized platforms don't have a part to play. I think there are certain use cases that are very pertinent to centralized platforms. For example, like fiat on-ramps. These services may not be best served by a DeFi platform, but when it comes to controlling your funds and having true ownership over your funds and empowering you to trade with the confidence that your funds will not be withheld from you whenever you want to withdraw, a decentralized platform or exchange is really the best solution out there today. So first of all, there's a lot of room for improvement still, even after the past 5 years, Not just for KyberSwap, but for all decentralized exchanges out there, in terms of providing a user experience that serves their needs in a way that is not just familiar to them, like how they are used to on centralized exchanges or Web2 trading applications, but providing more advanced features, that right now, like earlier when I talked about trading, it's just spot trading. Trading between one asset to another at the best prices. But there are all more advanced methods of trading that are starting to become more popular in the DeFi space. For example, derivatives, perpetuals. For those of you who trade them, a popular platform right now is GMX on Arbitrum and Gains on Polygon. So these advanced trading tools are starting to get more adopted. People, after getting used to just spot trading on decentralized exchanges, they're also trying to, dabble in these more advanced tools. Centralized exchanges already provide a lot of these tools. One of the big reasons why me and my friends use the FTX, and a lot of people use FTX is their ability to margin trade, right? Ability to also lend and borrow certain assets which are not possible, like in large quantities or with very seamless execution on certain decentralized platforms. So we need to provide the tools for them. In that way, we need to provide better portfolio management. Right now, wallet management and trading may not always come hand in hand. Sometimes you manage your wallet and portfolio on a different application, but you connect it to a different application to trade. If we are able to combine that together and make the whole experience and process more seamless, that would be beneficial for the DeFi space and decentralized exchanges in general. We also want decentralized exchanges to have better customer support. So it's ironic in the sense that for decentralized exchange, you would expect the fact that it runs on its own. You can trust the code, right? You don't need to kind of trust an intermediary to facilitate the trade. But there are obviously certain complexities with new technologies like a DEX for users, and they sometimes tend to gear towards centralized exchanges because they provide better customer support. As simple as that. There is a human, or there's an illusion of a human or a team that is answering your question, helping you to solve any problem you face in the user journey. So we need to have that even for DeFi platforms, or at least a community to help facilitate your questions. And better education, of course, for users in general on how to use the platform. And this is something I feel very strongly about, the fact that there needs to be better security standards for DeFi applications as well. So although we remove the counterparty risk by taking out the intermediary when we build dApps, when we get users to trade on decentralized exchanges, there's still a risk, right, of smart contract bugs, right, vulnerabilities. And there's so many hacks, bridges, on lending platforms over the years that people are very fearful of using DeFi dApps. So that could be a reason, right, why they stick to centralized platforms and exchanges. So one of the ways we can mitigate and assuage their fears is to have a common standard, or at least very a rough consensus on a common standard of the security measures that each DeFi platform needs to take. One being audits, maybe a minimum number of audits, smart contract audits from top tier audit firms. There could be smart contract insurance, not just on the code itself for vulnerabilities in the code, but insurance on vulnerabilities on the UI, on the front end, right? So both insurance that covers Web 2 and Web 3 vulnerabilities. And there needs to be also perhaps an association, an open and transparent association where the DeFi platforms can come together to engage in discussions about how to improve security, to share information, to share past exploits, right, that occurred on the testnet or on other platforms, research that is done in this area. Let this information be openly available to everybody so that people can learn from it and not make the same mistakes. And like I mentioned earlier, education, more guides, better support from the community, videos, podcasts, and research done on how we can, and how DeFi platforms could help users trade, transact, manage their crypto and NFT portfolio more securely compared to centralized platforms. So what the future might look like, right, for crypto trading and DeFi, other DeFi applications like lending or fundraising or payments, is where people rely less on centralized exchanges and platforms and understand right? The different risks of both a DEX or a SEX or a DeFi or CeFi platform, right? And they make the choice based on, right, their needs as well as the objective, right, of securing their funds and keeping in mind that centralized platforms can really withhold or use their funds for other, other reasons apart from what is disclosed on the website. And personally, I'm hoping more decentralized exchanges appear in the space, that provide a smarter way for people to trade, non-custodial way, with better protection for privacy, users, of their user funds, when facilitating trades or when they're depositing it as a liquidity provider. And yeah, in general, a very seamless experience, even better than what we are used to on centralized exchanges already. And only by overcoming those challenges that I raised earlier can we hope to see this happen. But personally, I'm very confident that we can do this, and at KyberSwap, we are very committed in working towards that. So thank you. Yeah, that's the end of my presentation. If you have any questions about how KyberSwap works, how our aggregator is able to pull liquidity from different sources to give the best rates, let us know after this presentation. I'll be still around for the next 2 hours. Thank you, and thank you Coinlive for inviting us today.
All right, our next speaker is Eugene Yap, the co-founder of AVM, a key player in bringing together hundreds of talents and creators from Southeast Asia to develop verticals like IP, esports, and publishing. Eugene, please.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. And today, this morning and this afternoon, we have seen a lot of pitches about like coins, DEXs, and protocols, layer 2s, etc. What I'm about to show is quite different. I'm working in the NFT space, as Shane mentioned. There's a lot of interest in Singapore about NFTs, and I'm about to show you what we're doing. We are a Singapore startup in NFT. Before I show you before I go through the presentation, please give me perhaps a minute to show you an animation video that we made for the AVM role. Give me a moment. Thanks for the wait. So, AVM, in a bit I'll show you our animation video. But for now, let me just go through with you what AVM is doing. We are building the next generation Web3 ecosystem of the attention economy. So there's a lot of things unpacked here. There's a lot of words which might need some explanation. Why is it like Web3 ecosystem? Why is it the attention economy? In a certain sense, NFT is all about the attention economy. NFT has value because it generates a lot of attention. For example, Bored Ape, whenever they launch the new metaverse, launch their Mutant Ape, it gets a lot of attention, and the attention gets converted to the brand value. And that's where the NFT space is playing in the attention economy space. And why are we building an ecosystem? And the reason is because we're trying to bring aboard various partners from Web2 to together win in this Web3, new exciting Web3 space. And I'm about to show you a video that we made for AVM. Just gave it a mode. So we are showing how the Avian world looks like, essentially creating our IP from scratch, together with studios from Southeast Asia, to together co-own and co-develop this IP, the Avian IP. The volume doesn't work, but you can look it up on Twitter, and essentially, if you recognize this space, it's actually inspired by an architecture masterpiece in Singapore. You can guess which one it is. I guess it's okay. Like, yeah, we'll let the audience try to find it. Perhaps I can just walk you through. Yeah, essentially this is American Pop. Netflix. This is a 2-minute sneak peek of the much longer animation series that we have in discussion with Netflix series, 12 episode, Avian Origins, season 1. And I would like to gather opinions on the audience. Where do you think this place is inspired from? From building in Singapore? Any guesses? Does it look like Esplanade? Does it look like... Any guesses? Correct. It's inspired by what we're trying to do, right? Mention just mention economy, NFT space, IP building. We are bringing a board series of this Avian IP to gather under the for the longest time, all these IP studios are outsourced files from some IPs, and they never had a chance to own their own IPs. But by Web3, decentralized code, we see a way how these studios work together with the IPs around one of the largest NFT community in Singapore, also presence throughout Southeast Asia and globally. Perhaps later in the presentation I'll show you our community presence around the world. So we're almost just want to shout out and by Aiden, founding member, community member, almost so much for helping with the software problems. So, it's the problem statement. So, thanks for going through the video twice with me. I hope you enjoyed it. It's I hope you look forward for Avian animation, Avian Origins animation next year. So, going back to the presentation, let's start with the problems. What are the problems Avian is trying to solve? Number one, we are trying to start from 0 to 1. How do you go from 0 to 1? So we do strategy, fundraise, and really get the revenue streams. So entrepreneurs who go to one and after one that's the operation. Number two, the problem statement is we try to solve problems that studios and content Southeast Asia. It's a very competitive industry. As we all know, attention is more and more fragmented. Every day we have news cycles, feature polls, and whatnot. So, how content consistent attention. And some of the is that it's rapidly our thesis statement is that Web3 presents a suitable solution to all the problems. And I want to also clarify that a lot of people actually participate in this because it's not very clear what we do because we're doing a lot of things at the same time. We're having comics, esports games, animation, content creation. So bear with me while I explain what is our ambition, what is our end game. And I would like to go through a few mental models behind Avian before I go into like what Avian has achieved so far, etc. So, what is NFT? Like you have seen this cool or strange monkey pictures online. I think some of you might own it. The current floor price of this monkey picture is probably around 100,000 Sing dollar. That's for one. That's 10,000 of them. And what does NFT represent? It represents your ownership in a brand, which is the brand equity, right? And brand equity is all about how much attention you can generate with your brand. Like Nike's swoosh has a lot of brand equity because everyone knows about it. Every time it appears, it captures people's attention. And the brand equity, right, in Web2 is actually a line in your accounting. In accounting, it's called goodwill. I guess a lot of you studied accounting back then. And traditionally in Web2, this goodwill is unlocked. It's a line in your accounting, in your business balance sheets and whatnot. But in Web3, this value is unlocked and it's owned by all the community members of NFT holders. And ownership of NFT is your ownership in brand equity, and which is equal to the attention that your brand garners. So if you capture more attention, you get more brand value, and you capture more attention, there's more demand for your NFT, and your value of your NFT series increase, resulting in this this flywheel. So Web3 allows your community to co-own this brand equity together with you, whereas in Web2 it's previously not possible. You cannot own the Nike swoosh, but in Web3 you can own the brand as a community member. So why does community want to build with you? The answer is, one of the answer is shared incentives. For example, right, Bored Ape, when it was launched last year, it's worth like $200 US per Bored Ape, and right now it's worth 100,000 Singapore dollar. And the reason people want it, of course, you want to be part of this exclusive club, but also because there's shared incentives. If you as community member continue to help this project gains brand value, the brand becomes more and more popular, and hence you can win together. In Web2, it doesn't work this way, because as you build the brand value, the value is all locked with the founders, with the shareholders, with the investors. Like this value is locked. But with Web3, as you continue to build, like this delta of you building with the value that you create as you build the brand is released and shared with your community members via the brand equity ownership. That's the science behind it. So shared incentives attract community, And essentially, this is another flywheel effect. Like as people want to participate in the community, they want to help your brand grow, and they contribute and they give attention to the brand. And if you as a founding team, you create storylines, you create animation, you create esports, basically attention generation asset, you capture more and more attention and you bring in more and more community to build the brand together with you. That's the way, the mental model that we see NFTs. So, one of the two of the things we're trying to do at Avon is to build community and to build distribution for your brands. So community, once you build a community, right? Like previously, we talked about co-start problem of entrepreneurs from 0 to 1. Like entrepreneurs have nothing to begin with, but via NFT, via this community that we have built, essentially entrepreneurs get resources to build within the AVM ecosystem together with us. Let me give you an example. We right now have an esports team in Mobile Legends, Bang, one of the most popular esports games in Singapore. We were the runner-up in the recent national championship. And the players themselves, right, they were actually AVM community members. They have no idea how to run an esports team, but they are very good, and hence we help them build their own esports team with essentially operational expertise and our relationship with Muntun, the game developer, and hence helping to solve this 0 to 1 co-start problem. So that is the one thing that can be achieved via the AVM ecosystem. The other thing that we are trying to solve for is our media network distribution. The idea, right, is once the community know that can own the brand equity together with you, they can use the brand to further their own business. For example, previously esports, our community members formed the AVM Slate esports team, and they help propagate the AVM brand. In Mobile Legends Singapore, AVM Slate team has consistently garnered the most attention among all the 8 teams, despite being a new team. I think that's the power of ownership by a community. Once they own the brand, they want to see it, they want to participate in our journey, including in esports. So the other side thing that we're showing is the concept that in Southeast Asia, there's a lack of IP creation ecosystem. In the West, you have Hollywood. In France, you have Cannes, and to a certain extent, like in China, and Japan, Korea, you have your ecosystem allowing IP creation as well. But in Southeast Asia, there's really none. Like the biggest animation IP from Southeast Asia is called Upin and Ipin, which not a lot of people in this room knows about. But via AVM, what we see, right, is a chance to create this Hollywood in Southeast Asia, in what we call the Seawood, to allow creators, studios, etc., to build together in the AVM ecosystem, and later I'll show you some of the work that we have produced. So we are building an ecosystem to solve for this problem, empowered by Web3. Let me show you some of the things that we have achieved so far. So a snapshot of where we are. We started in April, which is like 8 months ago. So far, so good. We have an NFT Genesis NFT, which is essentially, previously I mentioned about ownership of brand equity of AVM Founders Pass. On the day it was launched, you can buy it for around 200 Singapore dollar. Right now it's worth around 4,500 Singapore dollars, so more than 20x since 8 months ago. Sorry, since this was launched in August, so it was 4.5 months ago. Of course, we think it will continue to go up because that's our thesis, right? As we continue to build AVM, the brand equity will become more and more valuable, and we plan to continue to reward all the AVM Founders Pass holders, etc. So the Founders Pass gives access to the entire AVM ecosystem. It allows you to use the AVM brand with access to all the future collection, AVM, including AVM Origins, our next NFT series. That's going to be launched in January. And we have received some funding from East Venture, Miranda, and Six Fund Capital, and also strategic investors. including Headmail, Starcom Media Vast Group, Warner Media, which are important media vectors that we can use to distribute the AVIP brand. In terms of the partnership signed for IP publishing, the bigger one right now is Circle Studio and Caravan Studio from Malaysia and Indonesia, allowing us to build this AVIM IP together and essentially win together. They get to own. These artists from Circle and Caravan, they told me, for the first time in their life, they are able to own their own IP and to create on top of it, which is a very powerful thing to do. They have worked with Hollywood brands and they never get the chance to own these IPs, but via AVIP, like we see a way to win together. In terms of esports, we have just signed with GeekFan, and we are launching a Dota 2 team next year, which will be very exciting for AVIP. So under the AVIM ecosystem, right? Like I started today's presentation with AVIM building the next generation Web3 ecosystem. What does this ecosystem entail? So all our ecosystem assets, they comprises of attention generating assets, essentially allowing constant generation of hype and attention in the AVIM ecosystem. Every time when our esports team goes to competition, every time we release an animation, every week we release a manga, we get attention from the brand, for the brand, and that helps the brand grow, that helps the brand attract more community members, more followers, etc. So right now, there's three main pillars in AVIM. Number one is AVIM Origins, which is our content and IP publisher. Just now, the video that you saw is under our, essentially our animation series, etc. Under the AVIM slate, we have the decentralized esports ecosystem. What it means is we are empowering Web2 esports brand with essentially AVIM community and support. And number three is AVIM Talent and Media Network. They are your content creators, network, etc. So just now I mentioned about the community of AVIM. Of course, I think Shane mentioned in Singapore there's a big die-hard NFT community, and of course we have presence around the region as well, but also globally. I think that's what is important for NFT brand based in Singapore, right? You cannot just depend on Singapore community, because after all, Singapore is a population of 6-7 million. You need to go global. I think that's a very clear message for all the NFT startup founders right there. Next. And in terms of the execution phase, I'll skip this. Essentially, everything will lead to phase 4, where we allocate, where we do a TG, token generation event for AVIM token. It doesn't make sense to launch token now because it'll crash. But once we build up the AVIM ecosystem and with products and services, it makes sense to launch our own native token. This is where we can essentially work with a lot of you in this space. So this is my OP co-founders, Overpowered. One of them is Ivan Yo, is the founder of Evolve Esports, and the other is, that's an name, ex-partner at International Law Firm. So, so that, I guess, that's established the credibility of AVIM to build this attention ecosystem. So with that, right, thanks so much for your time this beautiful afternoon. Thanks Coinlive and thanks M5. I will be around, so if you wish to speak about AVIM and whatnot, and or invest in our company, I'm very happy. For only 4,500 Singapore dollar, very happy to talk to you about this. Thanks so much.
Thanks so much for that speech, Eugene. Now, speaking of new ideas in the Web3 space, we'll now be moving on to a very special segment where we'll be inviting a student from NUS to share his project on fraud detection in cryptocurrency with us. Let's please invite Wei Lun as well as his teammate Sean to take the stage.
Yep, hi guys. Let's wait for a moment to get the slides up. Okay, Ken. Hi guys, Raymond here. So today I'm here with my teammate Sean, and we are students from NUS, and yeah, we are here today. So yeah, why do I put a big question mark here, right? So I thought that we could kind of like get to the topic slowly, but I think Darren has already introduced like the topic that we're doing, but I'll just like to throw it out to the crowd there to ask a simple question. Like, what do you all think is like the biggest innovation in the blockchain/crypto space over the past like 10 plus years? Anybody can just shout the answer. No one? No takers? Okay. So no, really no. Okay. Last call? No. Okay. Yeah, so personally I think that the idea of decentralization was what brought cryptocurrency right from the onset, right? So Satoshi created Bitcoin back when the great financial crisis happened because he wanted to create a decentralized platform for decentralized kind of entity for everyone and not have everything controlled by a central entity. So yeah, so with decentralization, that's a good thing because that rolls out to a lot of stuff like DeFi, right? Which has been growing popularity, especially with all the problems with DeFi that we've been seeing like across the past couple of months, like with different DeFi platforms. But okay, so back to the idea of decentralization, right? So there's of course problems with decentralization, and that's the topic that I want to discuss today. So one of the big problems with decentralization is that it lacks a central entity, right? Because that's the exact problem that they are trying to solve. So not having a central entity means that you lack a lot of like governing bodies, any rules and stuff like that. And because of the lack of central entity, it also means that people that are in the space, kind of like scammers who are in the space, can make use of this opportunity to kind of like do unlawful stuff. And there's nobody to like at the top like say this is wrong or impose the law or stuff like that. So yeah, together with the fact that decentralization means that there's no kind of like it's immutable, right? It's irreversible. Any transaction made in the blockchain is irreversible, and then there's also no kind of like central authority. So if you make a mistake in the blockchain, let's just say I send crypto over to a scammer, I can never get my money back, right? Stuff like that. Yeah. So that leads to today's topic, which is fraud detection in cryptocurrency, where I'm hoping to navigate, help navigate our way in the blockchain space in the world filled with scam and fraud. Yep. So yeah, moving on. So these are just some headlines that I picked up from the different news platforms. So we see that crypto scams are the biggest source of revenue for criminals, and yeah, over 1 billion since 2021, the most out of any currency. And exactly the point that I made earlier, because the lack of central authority means that people can do what they want without kind of like having anybody to enforce laws. And this is a serious problem, right? This creates a sweet spot for all the scammers because when they do something fraudulent, like take the money, you can never track the transaction. Whereas compared to like in if there's a central authority, let's just say a bank, for example, the bank is able to like okay, you make a transaction to a fraudulent person, you might be able to revert your transaction or kind of return you the money based on the basis that yeah, this person is in the wrong, he broke the law, he or she broke the law. So yeah. With decentralization, of course, you can't do that. There's nobody like a bank to say, okay, this person is unlawful or stuff like that. So yeah, which is why crypto scammers managed to take $14 billion in 2021. I think that's a very serious problem. So yeah, knowing that there's a lot of scams in place today because of decentralization, we see that these are the top frauds that are reported based off crypto losses. So number one is investment related fraud. So I believe that a lot of us are probably familiar with investment related fraud. So it might come in the form of fake token sale, fake land sale, where they make you buy stuff and so on and so forth. So yeah, and also sometimes you'll get like messages that say like, hey, I'm a mentor in so and so company, and I want to kind of like mentor you to get from $1,000 to $2,000. For example, something like that, double your money within 30 days, and that's very enticing, right? But yeah, so that is why it's kind of like the top for over here, 505 million, followed by romance scams, business and government imposters. Yep, and yeah, the median individual loss is estimated to be $2,600 USD per scam. So that's quite a lot of money for everyday users. Yeah. So some of these are some of the kind of like the scam messages that you get. Usually you start off with like a message, an ad or post saying that it can offer you monetary gain in return for some advanced payment. So they use, so this is the typical, these are some of the typical traits of the crypto scam is that they want to create some kind of urgency amongst people, like create some kind of like they create some kind of psychological trick on you to say that, hey, you want quick money, and because humans innately are greedy, so of course you want to make $1,000 to 2,000, right? As per the bottom right, like Elon Musk saying that he will give $2,000 to anybody that transfers him $1,000 of Bitcoin. Yeah. So so how? Okay, I'll just give a bit of context of how this kind of like scam messages by Elon Musk can appear. Like back before Elon Musk acquired Twitter, you are able. What these scammers do is usually they take dormant accounts, dormant influencers accounts, like those that haven't been kind of like in activity since a long time. They'll hack into their accounts, change the name, and then kind of impose themselves as like Elon Musk, a business leader, and kind of offer this kind of quick monetary gain. Yeah, so these are some of the scam messages that you will see. That's very common, like you engage with them. And moving on is the social media platforms that they use. So I believe just now we saw Twitter, Instagram, WhatsApp, and Telegram. So Facebook is also another one of them. Usually they'll use these 5 social media to kind of like gain traction and gain kind of potential victims. Yep, so definitely we need solutions, right? So number one is to clamp down on social media accounts promoting fraudulent behavior. However, this is easier said than done. I believe that the big tech companies have the resources, have the talent to already do some, to already clamp down on these accounts. But of course, you can never finish clamping down on people, right? On potential hackers, right? Unless you block off people like us from using the app. You only verify like influencers on using the app. So yeah, this creates a huge problem, which means that you can't solve it with point 1 easily. So number 2 is of course to definitely create better security infrastructure for crypto users. So that's exactly what I'm here to kind of teach you guys about. Yep. So number 2, right? So actually there are big players already entering this space. So for example, Nasdaq late this year in September 2022, which is this year, they introduced 2 products that they have. So one is the anti-financial crime technology. So essentially what this does is that they have some kind of like some IP kind of like intellectual property that they can some kind of tech that they can identify all the fraudulent addresses, fraudulent behaviors like money laundering and kind of like read out these transactions and provide it to the institutional users. And yeah, they sell this as a product to a lot of the big tech, a lot of the big institutional users. And Nasdaq being Nasdaq, they have so much of experience in the traditional markets, they can easily bring it over to like the digital asset market. And number 2, they provide also crypto custody for institutional investors. So this is basically like, I believe like a lot of our speakers have just now mentioned, is like keeping your kind of like your crypto assets safe, but it's also catered towards institutional investors. So I believe that seeing that Nasdaq entering the space is a good sign, but then this is all for in the blockchain space, right? What about us? So me and my teammate, we thought long and hard, and then we kind of thought that what would be best for ourselves. Like what do we want? And then we kind of make it into, we kind of conceptualize it into an idea. So for example, I'm to send crypto to this particular address that we see on the screen. Then we want to check the credibility of the address. Then if the outcome is safe, we will transfer money. But if the outcome is fraud, then we'll double check before we transfer money, right? This seems something logical to do, right? But out there isn't really like a way to check a particular credibility of any address right now. Yep, which is where we come in. We want to be the center point for checking credibility of addresses before sending crypto to anyone. Yep. So the ideation of the solution goes like that. So first, we wanted to check for fraudulent labels, right? For example, we look at Etherscan, which is a blockchain explorer, and then you can see that sometimes they have stuff like phishing or hacking labels. And then if you see this kind of label, you'll never transfer crypto over to these people, right? Because it's obvious that they have malicious intentions. But a problem with this is that it takes time. Usually it takes a lot of like kind of complaints or a lot of reporting before this label gets onto this particular address. That's problem number one. The problem number two is that I mentioned over there that most fraudsters won't use the address once it has a fraudulent label, right? For example, like if my wallet today has a label that is fish/hack, I will never use this wallet to scam anyone again. I'll just create a new wallet, right? So then that creates a very huge problem because basically just checking on Etherscan itself is not enough. We need something smarter. Rather than just using a baseline solution. So what we did is that we realized that it's easy to duplicate another crypto address / smart contract, but it's hard to break off habits. So what I mean by this is that it's very easy to create a new crypto address. Like once I get labeled as a fish or hack or scam address. But kind of like the things that I do, the amount of money that I transfer, the number of people that I scam before I cash out, these are stuff that usually don't change, right? So yeah, thinking of this, we are able to conceptualize that there's kind of a few features that people will usually that we can take out that are potential habits of these fraudsters. And yeah. Okay, yeah, I think that. Okay, so how to use this info, right? With all this info, we know that there are certain habits and traits based on like the transactions that they have, the amount of money that they spend, and stuff like that. We thought of using some kind of predictive algorithm, right, to kind of like predict whether someone is a potential fraud on based on like their features, whether they are a potential fraudulent address or not. So this is where machine learning comes in. So I believe that a lot of us are familiar with machine learning. So machine learning, how machine learning works is that you take past data, put into a machine learning algo, and create a predictive model. And this predictive model will use new data, which means you put in a new crypto address, you can check whether it's a fraud or not a fraud, which is indicated by the tick / across. Yep, so not exactly for how our solution works. So when you put in a new crypto address, you get a list of features, and then we put this list of features into a predictive model, and then we'll provide three things to the users. Number one, the prediction. Number two, the list of features. Then number three, the explanation of the prediction thing. So to go in depth of how this is part of checking the credibility of the address, I'll just go a bit more in depth into the three parts. So prediction is whether the provided address is a fraudulent one or not, as well as the probability of why this is the case. Next, we'll provide a list of features. So 22, in our case, it's 22 important features that we realize as important to relating to a particular address to predict whether it's a potential fraud or not. Then number three is explanation of the prediction made. So how to place trust on the black box model, right? I know a lot of us here don't really trust machine learning. Why? Because it's very hard to understand why a machine learning model makes a particular prediction. So what we need to provide is some kind of explanation as to why like a particular prediction is being made, which is why we have kind of like explanation as to which features in which amount. So maybe like number of transactions, more than 5,000 or between 5,000 to 6,000 is a potential fraud number. Yeah, which is exactly why we have the last one of explanation. And I think that this is one of the most important factors in gaining trust of machine learning models today in today's world, is that we need to be able to explain to stakeholders why to trust our machine learning model, why to trust this predictive model, why not just use a human instead, why do we need algorithms, stuff like that. Yep, so for now, I think web application that we have created, a prototype, into a product, right? So I hope that through the start of the presentation I motivated the problem. Then next I move on to the kind of like the solution that I'm providing, and now I can provide a live demo for everyone to see. Yeah. Yeah, but while we are getting to it, so this website now is live. Later I can provide the link for anyone who's interested. So you just, whenever you want to transfer, for example, whenever you want to transfer money to a particular address, right, you want to check the credibility, you can So you just take the address, put it into our website here, and then you'll be able to check whether this is a potential fraudulent one or not. So yeah, so now Sean will kind of like get address from Etherscan, which is a blockchain explorer, and then you'll get a random address. Yeah, in your case, most likely you will know the address that you want to send to. But for example, this is the address that you want to send to, so you copy the address, you paste it into the app, and then we press submit. So what happens now is that it's going to the block explorer to kind of get the features that we require. So once they have the features that we need, then they'll put it into the machine learning model to provide a prediction for us. And yeah, this kind of takes some time right now because of course the codes are not optimized as of yet. And also, yeah, we are deploying it on free software. So yeah, some stuff might be a little more laggy than if we are using a paid software. But yeah, we can see that, for example, this particular wallet that we get out is a not fraudulent one. And then we see that the probability of not being not fraud is 99.4%. Then we can, moving on to section 2, we look at the features, the different features, as we can analyze the numbers. And also, this gets a better understanding for users who want to understand like the different features. And then number 3, part 3 is the, oh yeah, so this, you can expand it to kind of like look at the different features. And if you want to, yeah, I won't go in depth into each individual features, but you guys can take a look. Then you can close it on the top, right? Yeah. Then last part is the model explainability part. So this part is important because we need to explain to users why exactly a prediction of a fraud or not a fraud is being made. So we see here green indicates not fraud. So the more green indicates that this feature, so a particular green indicates that this feature indicates that this wallet is not a fraudulent one. Whereas in red indicates that this feature is causing the wallet to be a potential fraud. And we see here that we have so much more green than red, right? So this address is most likely a non-fraudulent one. It's an okay address to send money to, or to send crypto to. Yep, so this is a live demo. Then moving up, we can see that there's also microservices. But if anyone would like to use a microservices, currently it's up. If any developers would like to use this microservice, please contact us first in advance. Because currently we need to scale up our kind of like infrastructure if we were to allow people to use this microservice as a deployable product for themselves. Yeah. And then there's a contact us in case you would like to ask for any other information. Yep, but that's the live demo. Then moving back to the slides. Yeah, moving back to the slide, I just wanted to display our website on the left. And if you have any inquiries, you can email us on the right. Yeah. So the left one brings you the website. I suggest using the app on a Chrome browser. And if any image does not load, just refresh the page. Yeah. Why Chrome is because kind of like the software is developed based on Google infrastructure, so it's better to use it on Chrome rather than Safari or any other Microsoft Edge stuff like that. Yeah. So the left one is the website. Okay. Then yeah, with that, I thank you a lot for your attention, and thanks Coinlive for giving me this opportunity to present.
Alright, thanks so much for that, Waylon. I think it was a very impressive deck, especially on cryptocurrency security. We'll now be moving on to our final segment for today, which is a roundtable discussion featuring several expert guests who will be sharing with us their thoughts on not just Waylon's presentation, but new Web3 projects and budding entrepreneurs from the younger generation as well. It now gives me great pleasure to introduce our guest panelists. We have Marwan Zelig, Director of DeFi and Wallets at Consensus, Ken Nizam, co-founder and CEO at Asia Token Fund Group, Zhao Chen. We have Benjamin, Legal Manager at Femix, Ben Chan, Director from UKIS Tech, and lastly we have Assistant Prof. Yi Li from NTU School of Computer Science and Engineering. And moderating this roundtable discussion will be none other than my esteemed colleague, expert in startups and venture projects, and beloved friend Tristan. Let's give it up for our roundtable ensemble, please.
How are you? Good. I'm good. Market not good.
Hey guys, so thank you Darren for the introduction. So I'm Tristan from Coinlive, and it's really a pleasure to host this roundtable filled with esteemed and respectable guests. So the topic today will be startups, VCs, and grooming the next generation of innovators. Right, so perhaps we can start with Ken first. Could you briefly introduce yourself and what you do, and maybe we can go into a roundtable, round robin format.
Thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Ken Nizam. You can call me Ken. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Asia Token Fund Group. So we are a VC incubator, accelerator, as well as we own media companies, events arm, and we are based in Southeast Asia, India, China, and the US. So yeah, I'm based in Singapore.
Hi Tristan. Hi everyone. My name is Ben Chan from UKIS Technology. Based in Singapore, we are the first hardware wallet that doesn't use seed phrase. So it removes the complication and human errors from owning a crypto wallet. Very honored and happy to be here on stage to share with every one of you here. Thank you.
Thanks. Hi everyone, my name is Marwan. I am with Consensus. I manage the DeFi and wallet segment, essentially working with builders and projects that are deploying on Ethereum and other chains. I'm based in Singapore. I split my time between talking to the established projects, seeing what they're doing in terms of innovation, but also talking to new startups and new projects, making sure that they have what they need to build for the Web3 ecosystem. And I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. My name is Chen, and I'm an investment partner of a crypto venture fund. I'm currently based in Singapore as well. I've been doing investment in the crypto space since 2017, I think. Yes.
Hi, I'm Ben. I'm the legal manager for Fimex. We are a crypto derivatives exchange based in Singapore. So my job is mainly to manage risk and to build trust with stakeholders and customers. Yeah.
Hello everyone, so I'm Li Yi. I'm currently assistant professor from School of Computer Science and Engineering, NTU. So I joined NTU since 2018. My research is mainly in software engineering and software security. And for the past few years, I've been focusing on the security of blockchain and Web3 applications. So I'm looking forward to hear what everyone's view on Web3 and blockchain. Yeah.
Thank you so much, guys, for the really warm introduction. So I think maybe we can still start with Prof. Ili for now. So I think you have seen, like just now earlier, the guys presenting about the project regarding detecting fraud in cryptocurrencies. So do you personally feel this is a potential solution to strengthening Web3 security? And any suggestion for the project to actually increase that innovation?
Yeah, that was a really important topic for me. So I'm personally working in the research field, which is Web3 security, and also dealing with, for example, the fraudulent activity detections on blockchains. So I think that's a very interesting topic for me. And the solution also looks quite promising. But I've also noted down a few things during the pitch. Actually, so I have a few maybe questions. Hopefully later on I can talk to them to clarify. So one thing is that I'm not sure if this model that they're building will be a centralized or decentralized one, because the model itself seems like needs to be trained on some data, and this model is it owned by a central authority or it's owned by the community? I think that's quite important to know. Another thing is, even if AI, machine learning has been used in a lot of applications these days, but there's also a lot of security concerns for them. For example, whether they are robust under attacks, because these attackers, when they want to perform some fraudulent activities, they will also try things like to fool your AI models. So I think that's another area they probably need to look into, how they can defend and make their AI models more robust under these attacks. Yeah, another thing that I noticed is that, well, I think they mentioned that one issue that they want to solve is what happens if these scammers, they create a new address these addresses may not have past transactions, may not have data they can use to extract these features, then what can we do in that situation? Yeah, so those are the things that I noticed. Hopefully they can clarify or keep improving their product.
Yep. Hi, I just structured into 3 things. So what I think, whether it's feasible and the improvements. I think the intention and the execution is good. Yeah, it's generally a good idea, and the execution is quite good as well. Feasibility-wise, I think yeah, it can work. What I really appreciate is that it tells you whether it's fraudulent or not, and on top of that, it gives you the probability and explanation. I think that's quite important because it gives users the discretion on whether to proceed and to make certain decisions. Because I think crypto, whether we decide whether an address is fraudulent or not, a bit of it requires your discretion. And I think in order to improve the app, I think you can polish it up. You can make it, you can also have an education segment, because I think you need to educate retail users on how to use it, how to read the data, how to understand certain things. So there should be some education on how to use it. And it should be retail focused as well, because I think the good thing about this is that I think we are trying to make the app available for the retail segment. Currently, institutionally, we have things like Elliptic, so I think it's good that we have this app for the retail users. Yeah, thanks.
I don't have notes, so I'll just share my 2 cents. We as a fund, we are one of the a major investor in Biosyn, so we have been seeing different ways of protecting phishing sites and all that stuff. But one of the major concern, I mean, it's very prevalent that people think the security in the crypto space is always politically correct to talk about. So, but nobody seems to be noticing that the business model for most of the security companies is pretty bad. Like, you have to admit, it's really hard to charge your users for your services and products. So, especially for B2B business, like, you have to do your project on a deal basis, and you have to do a lot of outsourcings and stuff. And for 2C, I mean, to customer, on the customer side, on the user side, it's really hard to charge people on the subscription basis. So, it never works in the crypto space to charge people on the subscription basis. So one of my major suggestion for the project is to think out how to approach the market instead of disputing the product itself. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, a few things. So, of course, the security in the Web3 space is very important. Whatever you have actually a non-regulated space, which is today the decentralized finance, that's the case, and as well as financial motivation for hackers to act, this is obviously creates a lot of opportunities for people to go and create solutions and things to steal your money. Now, the mission statement of the projects is spot on. I think it's very important for us to support the users, to allow them make the right decision. Is this fraudulent? Is this a risky transaction? In Consensus, obviously, we have MetaMask wallet, and this is one of the key areas that we focus on, trying to give enough information whenever you are doing transaction to see, are you doing the right thing? How much of your funds are you unlocking to this smart contract? Who are you sending? Is this one of the addresses that are verified, etc., etc.? So there is a lot of solutions today looking at this one. Some of them are post-mortem. So things, for example, if you get hacked, then you go to Chainalysis and you do some analysis to find who the hacker and where they move the fund. There is a lot of projects that I personally know as well investigating the pre-transaction protection. So this is before you do the mistake. How can they prevent you from doing it? I believe this project falls into that bracket. There is other projects who are doing actually mid-transaction recovery. And so as the transaction is submitted, how do I recover it if it's actually fraudulent or something like that? Now, this is a very important ecosystem in terms of like infrastructure and tooling. What I invite the project to do is, of course, to understand how they want to position themselves into the space. It's more of like giving an information, or will you give actions to the user to do something about it? Also explore the other projects building in the space, especially in the same stage, like early stage, because there is a lot of opportunities for integration and combination. If somebody is building something for post-transaction or mid-transaction, you can come in and add additional information pre-transaction. Last but not least, we are actually, we have launched a program in MetaMask which is called Snaps. And so it allows people to go and build extensions on top of MetaMask, customize the UI. And this is a perfect example for it. So instead of having a separate website where you have to go and key in the address, I invite the project team to go and build a snap, which will be pop up in the MetaMask itself, calling the APIs that they have to show the information and make the decision. So a lot of things to keep building in this project. I think it's very exciting. So good luck and reach out to me if you need help.
Thank you. I agree that, like for example, consensus with MetaMask can work with projects such as this to improve the overall security. This is more pre-transaction, right? So a lot of users, they need to know that when I click on a link, when I want to sign a transaction, is it safe? Whether this contract, smart contract I'm signing, is it a scam? Is it a real one? So I think they can improve upon that to give more information about this contract and the wallet address to give user warning if they want to sign or not. Like MetaMask, we are hardware wallet user company, so hardware wallet prevents the user's key from being hacked because it's offline, and we do away with this seed phrase altogether, so the human error is gone. But then the moment you sign, you manually sign it, you are authorizing the transfer. So whether this wallet is a real wallet or it's a fraudster's wallet, that is where this project will come in. So again, yeah, we would love to work together on projects such as these. And I also agree with Chan that we can actually help. What is the business model? How do you charge users? Subscription, I think most users will not want to pay subscription for this kind of service, but maybe pay per use. And if that's a part of our, let's say, hardware wallet application, we can actually help to create a business model that makes sense for this kind of business application as well. So again, yes, hopefully we can work together on this. Yeah.
Thank you. I think the idea and the intention is good, but of course, being a scam and hack victim myself, 6 over figures, I think, again, it's not always about the technical aspect. When you want to do this, you have to understand how these scammers and how these fraudsters think. Of course, you can verify or try to monitor a wallet address, but like what Prof said, that the scammer can easily create a new wallet and disguise it. Scammers can also be technical people. They can also be people who knows how to work the way around, who knows how to make the wallet look legit. Just put in some funds inside, move it around, make it look legit, and still scam people. Again, something that I think would be an added value if there could be some identity verifiable, especially if there's a big transaction going on, you can't be transacting with people who are anonymous. If there's a way to verify people, to have KYC on top of it, where people not only can verify the wallet address, but can verify the receiver or the sender, then that will be also additional advantages. Of course, that is just one thing about fraud or scam. Another thing that probably out of the topic could also be about hacks, because we do know that wallet can easily be hacked. Let's say you click on some malware, they can easily drain your entire MetaMask, or wherever decentralized wallet as well, from experience as well. So yeah, so these are the things that people we need to understand in terms of how these hackers works. What is their modus operandi, and then we can find solutions for it as well. Yeah.
Thank you so much, guys. So I think circling back to the topic on innovation. So we have seen so many innovative trends in Web3. Specifically some of them being DeFi, tokenization, smart contracts. Like peer-to-peer networking and virtual identities. For some of them. So what do you guys think personally are some of the more prominent innovation trends in Web3 today? And why do you think innovation in the Web3 space is so important? Maybe Ken, you want to start first?
Yeah, I think innovation, again, I always emphasize, and I'm a strong believer of innovation. Innovation should not be tied together with trend, especially in the Web3. You see the bull market, it's all about trend. Is there so much innovation? I think yes. 3, NFT, DeFi, play to earn, and that caused the bull run. And then, when play to earn crash, when DeFi it seems that it's not working, then the entire market goes to bull, and who do we blame? Again, innovation should be something beyond trend. It should be something beyond token values. It should be something that create impact and change people's daily life. And this is something that we wish to see in the Web3 space, rather than just create the hype, make sure the token value goes up 100 times within a few months, and then that's just trend rather than innovation. Yeah.
Thank you, Ken. Yes, I think Web3 have to rely on innovation to thrive, to attract more users. I think right now there are 99% of the internet users are yet to be in Web3. They are in Web 2, they are in Web 2.5. Why are they not in Web 3? I think a few reasons, maybe security, complexity of usage, and also lack of innovation, real application that they can use. So they come into Web 3 only just to speculate. Like what you say, it's really about speculation. We have to face the truth, right? So I think moving forward for Web 3 to have mainstream adoption, I believe, to me personally, NFT is an area that can really change this. So we've seen that in GameFi, we've seen that in certain areas, but I think it's still very little. I think NFT itself have the capability, the potential to provide what I call utilities, real world commercial utilities to SMEs, in a lot of cases to improve security, to improve authentication, improve for example, we use a verifiable credential coupled with NFT. You can allow users to participate in certain events like gated communities, just by scanning the QR code and verify your credentials in a few seconds. Or when it goes for interview, verify your there's a large potential in this area that will revolutionize the world, and soon, I think maybe 5-10 years time, a lot of people will be using verifiable credential NFT without knowing it is NFT, and that is where we'll be what we call the mainstream. So innovation is definitely needed, and I think this bull market right now is very good for those who are still building like us. I think definitely we are not in because of the speculation. Because still here, we're still working hard. That means these are real application, real world business that will emerge as the next winner once the bull market come back again. Thank you.
Thanks. So, why is Web3 good ground for innovation? I spent a few years actually in the Web2 space, selling digital software, SaaS, and so on. And you do realize when you come into the Web3 space that there is fundamental primitives that are different. Peer-to-peer in a decentralized way transactions, the fact that you can measure contributions and pay people for them, the models X to earn and all that stuff. This brings new fundamental ways for people to interact and allows projects to come and think about real-world problems to solve, very different from, how do I optimize a centralized cloud service? There is not much you can do that. So when you're coming into the space, I think there will be more white space that you can build to and contribute. Now, obviously, what we've seen with the bull run, these are I call them experiments, right? So if you have a DeFi summer NFT, this is a crude first version deployed use case, and then we see a lot of people building around it, and then it stabilizes a bit, or for some cases it harder to do. But what is more evident is really to look at these experiments that we've done and see the improvement levels. Like, for example, simple things like user experience on most DeFi protocols is horrible. So how can I improve it? How can I make it easy for somebody who never touched crypto to go and interact with a DeFi protocol? Today, the only way for people to jump on the bandwagon train is to go through centralized exchanges. And as we saw a couple of the recent burns, the trust level is not high there, and so there will be less and less people coming to the space. So how can I bring more people into the space directly into the DeFi by improving user experience? This is not going to be a radical innovation, but this is like incremental improvements on something that is already there. So yeah, I think look at two advices. Look at the key properties of
So software is itself has already got a really large community, like the open source community, right? When you build a software, you rely on other people's software components. You rely on libraries, packages, and you need to integrate them into your software project. But how do we, so basically what we do now is we take those for free because they are freely available on GitHub. But how do we incentivize the whole community to build better quality software? Because often we see a lot of like bugs and security vulnerabilities not fixed because they are not incentivized to do so, because they volunteer to build this software and they don't get paid. Then how do we encourage them to put energy and effort into improving the quality? So I see a huge opportunity here if we can like integrate Web3 into it, and then the developer themselves can own and also earn from their work, right, more easily. So yeah, that's just one example that I'm really looking forward to more innovations in. There's also like energy trading, also like medical, healthcare, a lot of other traditional industry waiting to be revolutionized by these new technologies. So, yeah, that's my view. Yeah.
Thank you so much, guys, for the wonderful input. And so moving on, so how do you actually, inspire the next generation of innovators? Do you guys have any suggestions for it? And or even, potential builders or even, students in NTU and NUS, etc., to actually start building innovative products in Web3? Yeah, maybe Tom, you'd like to start first?
Sure. Yeah. So actually, I'm teaching a year 4 blockchain technology course. We have already run that course for 3 years. So we basically teach students basic blockchain knowledge, and then as a part of the course, we do have a course project. We ask students to build a DApp using Solidity, MetaMask, things like that. So actually, I think one way that I do see how that can help the next generation of students and young talents to develop these skills is to offer them opportunities to fail. So like this course project, and we also at NTU we have a student blockchain club where they run hackathons and project pitches like what we just seen before. We also have those in NTU. So I think those opportunities are really good for them to make mistakes and to learn from the mistakes. Yeah. So yeah, that's one.
Thanks, Prof. Okay, so I just think it's culture, talent, purpose, and vision. I think you need culture. Talent-wise, I think smart and competent people like to work with smart and competent people. So you need a good talent pool in the company to attract, for the future talent. There needs to be purpose in your work and a certain vision for the future. So you need both near and long-term vision. So for ourselves, I think sometimes I ask myself before I join a crypto exchange, why do I want to do it? What's the purpose of me joining and doing this? And how do I inspire, people who come later? So I think I consolidated it into one point. I think for crypto exchanges, our vision is that we want to give and we sell economic autonomy, because I think there are a lot of buzzwords like decentralization, not your keys, not your wallet, censorship resistance. There's so many keywords, but I think I just boil it down to one thing. We sell economic autonomy. So when you buy from us and you buy crypto, you're empowering yourself economically, and that's what we want to sell to you. So I think vision is the most important thing, and I think if you have good vision and someone credible to execute it, I think you can attract people. Yeah, you need a sizable group of people, not a lot, but a sizable amount. Yeah.
My honest idea, a suggestion would be buy some crypto and buy some Bitcoin, Ethereum. There's so many builders. Or simply put, be crypto native. Like, you see a lot of builders that transitioning themselves from Web 2 or you're, probably just graduated from college or stuff. They just look at the crypto industry from a pretty distant, away. They just want to become like an observer instead of a player, or like actually dive into the industry until they find out, oh, if I don't do it, like I won't be crypto native enough, and my product is just I wouldn't say like a fake demand, but it would be like it won't be cater. It does not cater to the market itself. So if you want to come into the industry, just be a real crypto native person.
A lot of good ideas, but I'm doing something very radical. So I'm running an experiment at home. I have 2 kids, and I lie to them, and I tell them crypto is the only thing that exists. So they don't actually believe that it's fiat and everything is internet money, and everything is digital assets. So even shopping, like you show them how you're buying from Lazada and explain to them that that's internet money going somewhere. And the other thing is, of course, teaching every day about the benefits of self-custody. Like I make my son regret when he gives me his money to hold it to him. It just disappears. And I was like, you should have kept it yourself. Yeah, no, so let's see. I'll tell you in 20 years what this gives. But I really believe this is like creating a generation of Web3 native people. You cannot be halfway. You cannot be 2.5, I'll do this, maybe not. Try to actually create business models and create ideas and say, I'm going in and I'm going to create on these concepts of self-custody and tokenization of assets and see what comes out of it. And that's really what we are doing. Of course, more people come from Web 2, it's good, but then the chance with this new generation is that we can start them right away with these concepts and they are more embedded into them.
Some tough love there. I agree that for new startups, people who want to come into this space, innovation is not just having an idea. You really have to be a crypto native, right? You have to really do the groundwork, experience it, fall into traps, lose some money, and that's how you experience. Then that's how you really know what is needed in the industry, and not just, oh, I have an idea, maybe it works, right? So, but once we are in the industry and we meet all the challenges, that is where innovation will come, and we will have real practical, realistic ideas. Then the next step is that, okay, I have the technology, I have the idea, I build it, so what's next? The challenge is always to market it, how to reach out to users, right? So that's always a very, very big challenge. For me, myself, I've started quite a few companies for many years, so this is always the constant challenge. Even including UKIS, right now we are a small company, we just started last year. But we have big dreams. So we want to help a lot of new startups to come into this space, and we don't define ourselves just as a hardware wallet. We are a decentralized ecosystem, decentralized security ecosystem. So we want to work with a lot of players, including a lot of startups, to come and grow this space together. So maybe with you guys on board, plus our customers, we can grow and reach out to more users. So I think that is how I feel UKIS can help innovation space, so that it is a platform where you can tap on and reach out to more customers and more users. So I think this space needs a lot more innovation and new, but that is the trend. That is the way I believe strongly, like all of us here. Web3, decentralization, that is the future. And we are all in on this. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm speaking with regards on behalf of the Singapore context, where the young people of Singapore. So I guess something, I wouldn't say it's lacking, but something that we can improve on, is to go global. So when we always think about, we want to be an entrepreneur in Singapore, we always think, how do we capture the Singapore market? But we know Singapore market is too small, especially when you talk about Web3, you have to go global. How do we capture the world market? And I guess young people, especially in Singapore, are not really exposed to a lot of what's happening around the world. For example, I was in London for Token 2049. I don't see young people from Singapore. It's all Western. I was in US for a lot of events in the US. I don't see people in Singapore going there, or even young people. But there's really, really good innovative product that you can't get here, or it's very, very different, the culture. So exposing young people from Singapore to go global, going events around the world, looking at what are the new things that can happen around the world. I think is very, very important. And I also hope there's more government support in terms of young Singapore startups. I rather Temasek invest in Singapore's young startup in Web3 rather than FTX. But anyway, so again, all these are something that we need to believe in the young people, especially in Singapore, and not just be confined in school, and going to local events. You have to really go abroad, because really there's a lot of different technology or how people adopt, even not in Web3, but let's take a look in Web2. I was very surprised in terms of culture difference. For example, I spent a month in the UK. I was very surprised none of people in UK use cash anymore. Even the beggars are using Apple Pay to collect money. Even the coffee shop are using Apple Pay and Google Pay and whatnot, no cash. But when I come back in Singapore, this is a cash culture again. So again, how do we change the culture? And that is all something that we have to look beyond just Singapore, but going global. So yeah.
Thank you so much, guys. And so I think we notice daily, there's so many products being developed, and also so many protocols being developed. Some with complicated utilities, or some even with limited utilities as compared to similar projects. And these utilities and projects may not necessarily gain widespread adoption in Web3. So do you think due to so many products and protocols being released every single day, do you think innovation will actually reach a point of saturation in Web3? And do you think the core needs for Web3 users already met already?
I think for me, keep it short, is again always about user experience. Again, people who develop products or new innovation, one thing that they always forget is user experience. You don't talk about high institutional investors, VC using. Of course they're expert. They have tech teams and stuff. But what about everyday people? Everyday, be it from young people to all the way to elderly people. How easy is it for them to adopt? So if it's complicated, very simple. Just go back and ask your mom to use it. If your mom is not able to use it, then your user experience is not very good enough. That's to be in a layman term. So again, no matter what products you develop, what kind of technology you develop, the user interface and user experience have to be easy enough that you can easily onboard millions or billions of people. Then that's how innovation can really adopt mass adoption. Yeah.
I like Ken's use of the phrase, if my mom can use it. I use that a lot as well, actually. I tell my team our UKIS hardware wallet has to be so simple that even my mom can use it. So, and we have done that. The whole hardware wallet setup takes less than 1 minute. But again, I think it's about differentiation. Yes, there's a lot of duplicates out there, different kind of protocols, different kind of DeFi, different kind of everything is out there. So it's how we can differentiate, how we can find a pain point, and we really focus on that. Of course, another way even better is to not just repeat and copy what everyone else is doing, but do something different, something that is no one else is doing. Of course, that's harder to find. But I guess if we work hard enough, stay in this industry long enough, there will be opportunities that we can see that can allow us to innovate. Yeah, I think there's no other fast and quick rule that can help you. It's really just do the groundwork every day. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's very natural to see duplicates of projects. When you open a chicken rice restaurant, you're selling well, many people will open around you, and then the market will correct. So the market will make it actually so that it's so competitive, your price has to drop, and then maybe you start innovating within that gap and say, how can I innovate within this segment if the price is going down, until somebody comes up with an idea. So again, back to my earlier point, seeing duplicates of projects is not necessarily a bad thing, because there could be like incremental innovation within that space. And learning from it, but then also that creates an opportunity for people to say, well, that's taken care of, let me see what else to go and build in. Yeah, so it's not necessarily a bad thing, but the market will guide.
Regarding the product development, I think making it simple is not the only solution for building a product. Of course, building like build a wallet that your mom can use is definitely good for customer acquisitions. But I think in the future, I mean, probably in the past, foreseeable future, there will be like a paradigm shift for different, groups, probably different age groups, they need different products. Different, investment institutions, they may need different products. Previously all VCs, all even exchanges and, centralized exchanges, all these, Celsius and all these people, they all use the same kind of treasury system that they just put their tokens in the cold wallet and hot wallet, and they just manage within their institutions. But in the future, you see a lot of custodians, you see fair blocks, you see different the Beagle, which is the Coinbase custodian right now. So in the foreseeable future, we'll see like trends in different market segments and different groups. They need different participants as they may need different they may need different products. Building a simple products is not the only solution in the future. So that's just my idea of looking at a product development right now. So regarding the market saturation, we have to admit the current product that we're using, for example, like centralized exchange, is pretty simple. It's simple enough for an average Joe or a average user to get into the space. But after they get into the space, after they got educated in the space, they may develop different needs. Some people may like NFTs. Some people may like high leveraged trading or like high frequency tradings and all that stuff. So we don't have enough products for different market participants. So that's my observation.
For me, I don't think that innovation will be saturated, because I think as humans we always want to improve. We always think that life can be better. I think that what we see saturated is replication, I think, as some of the speakers mentioned, and incremental innovation. I think unique innovation is quite rare, so there are a lot of replicas, there are a lot of L1s around, and it's very rare to find a new way. Let's say there's a new way to create a ledger or something, not using blockchain. I think that itself is innovation. So I really don't think that innovation will be saturated, because we will always find ways to do things better.
Yeah, my answer is no as well. So I guess we see a lot of replicas is because people are after the low-hanging fruit. You see a successful model, then other people just easily copy it. That's basically the easiest things to do. I guess, but really the innovation happens when you think out of the box. So as what I said earlier, I really looking forward to innovations in other traditional industries. So I encourage people to talk to other people from other industries to find maybe there's already opportunities there. But of course you need to invest a lot more time and effort to do something brand new. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. So as we come to the last question about AMA, so when we talk about VCs and startups, right? So how have their attitudes or even their investment thesis changed in the bear market as compared to the previous bull market? And are they pivoting towards building and investing in innovation in other areas? Yeah, Prof, maybe you would like to start first.
Well, I'm not an expert in this, so I probably will want to hear more from other people. Yeah.
I think I mentioned the 4 trends, but I think just in summary, I think we're just more stringent and cautious, and that's about it. It depends on your risk appetite. I think if you're high, you might want to go for Web 2.5, AI and ML. Otherwise, you might stick to your current thesis.
Yeah, so definitely, if you just look at the trading volume is just kind of decrease a lot and during the bear market. So the VCs and investors will probably share the same kind of mentality about investment itself. But I feel one of the good thing for institutional investors during the bear market is that during the bull market there won't be a lot of the deals that kind of reveal its values, because people are chasing after like crazy valuation projects like Aptos, like Meson Labs and all that stuff, which is like crazy valuation in like 5 billions and stuff. But during the bear market, you will see a lot of a lot of good builders. You will see a lot of projects. Even they probably already issued their tokens. They already did their token generations, and they probably got even listed on large exchanges like Binance and Huobi and all these exchanges. They may also encounter financial distress. So distress investment in the bear market is one of the major investment thesis that every VC should take a look at. For example, I think like a couple of days ago, and there was like a Twitter space or something, or like a essay that kind of described how Phantom, in which issued their token in like 2017 or sometime, and they kind of lost all the money they raised, and kind of all like there was like 75 or like 500k US dollars in their treasury and stuff in end of 2018, but they managed to did their project development, and they managed to maximize the utility of their funds, and made a lot of money through DeFi and all and liquidity minings and all that stuff, and they managed to increase their treasury to over like 200 million and stuff. So that's a good story for a project that they can elbow out of the bear market. But as VCs, you should look for these kind of project and help them kind of get out of their distress. So distress investment is definitely a investment thesis that every VC should take a look at.
Yeah, I can share more actually about what the projects are doing, less than the VCs. So what's happening here is just similar to when your mom kicks you out of your basement, right? And you have to go and mature immediately. And that's pretty much what the Phantom team did. And then this really differentiates now projects that are acting like mature adults versus projects that are just blowing money and budget everywhere. And as an investor, what I would do, I will try to find the differentiation between both. Because I know that if I put there $1 million, they will spend like it's $1 million, but if I put $1 million there, it will spend like it's $10. So this is probably the one best thing from the bear market, where you will see a lot of maturity coming into these projects, and then you will tell which ones are still have not learned the lesson and which ones will emerge this bear market, next bear market, etc. And every dollar will be maximized.
Okay, so this is a very good question. As a startup, so we have I started in this blockchain in 2017 at the boom, then went through the bust cycle and the boom again. Now it's the second bear. And we, as a startup, yes, we feel the pain really. So right at this point, we already launched our product. So really what we're doing is really every cent count, right? How to survive through this winter and to make the best of the stocks that we have, how to develop the products as fast as possible within our budget. So yeah, it's quite challenging. But I think this is also a test of whether a startup is real, or like in the bull, you can attract lots of money, high crazy valuation, you have money to throw around. But here, every cent counts, right? So, but we believe this winter will pass, right? And so when the summer comes again, we have to be ready. So I think I encourage all the startups, projects that are still running out there, continue, hang on, and don't give up. Thank you.
Yeah, I always believe that in the bull market, people build for trend. Bear market, people build for innovation. Come think of it, in the bull market, you can just have a white paper and raise a few $1 million easily without a product. But again, how many of them deliver? You don't know. But again, this doesn't mean that VCs doesn't profit. VCs could profit even if it's just white paper with nothing. When a token hits the secondary market, times 100% VCs make. And then when bear market projects don't deliver product, but VCs already make money. But is there innovation? Not really. But again, during the bear market, then you know which project or which startup has the grit to to persevere, to really focus on building, because during the bear market, they know that it's not about tokenization anymore. It's not about the tokens, what's the value of the token on secondary market. It's really about what's the value of the product. How innovative it can be, how it can stood the test of time, stood the test of market. I think that is something that, what really serious investors will do. Again, it's not always about the quality of the project, it's also about the quality of the investors, the quality of the VCs. Doesn't mean they have money, means they are good VCs. It could be just a VCs who want to destroy the startup by just dumping the tokens. It does happen that way. So of course, you must match a good startup with a good VC. VC not just in terms of pumping money, but pumping value, pumping, can add value to the projects. So I always, advise startup, yes, they made this VC promised them this amount of money, but what else can this VC give them instead of just money? And what is also the track record of the VC? Are they a dumper VC, or are they a VC that really stays with the project, help them grow? So again, bear market is a good way to identify projects that are really innovating. It's a good way to identify VC who are really serious in investing in innovation, rather than just, I want to get quick returns. So yes, it's a win-win game for both. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely agree. So VCs will scrutinize the quality ones, and I think products themselves, they can also use this time to build a more robust product, and also a greater company and a more sustainable market position as well. So yeah, thank you once again to our panelists. And with that, we've come to the end of our roundtable and our event today. So thank you everyone for attending the event, and as well as to the roundtable guests for your valuable and amazing insights. Yeah, and do consider staying with us a while longer, because we have networking sessions as well, and you guys can take the opportunity to connect with one another. And please enjoy the rest of the day, and we hope to see you again at our next event. Thank you so much.
Good job, guys.
Good speech.